The Secret Door to Success, written by Florence Scovel Shinn, 1940. So the people shouted when the priest blew with the trumpets, and it came to pass, when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted with a great shout, that the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city. Joshua 6:20. A successful man is always asked, "What is the secret of your success?" People never ask a man who is a failure, "What is the secret of your failure?" It is quite easy to see, and they are not interested. People all want to know how to open the secret door of success. For each man there is success, but it seems to be behind a door or a wall. In the Bible reading, we have heard the wonderful story of the falling of the walls of Jericho. Of course, all biblical stories have a metaphysical interpretation. We will talk now about your wall of Jericho, the wall separating you from success. Nearly everyone has built a wall around his own Jericho. And I go into talking about this on my podcast as well, about your wall. And your wall of Jericho is the metaphorical term that she is using for beliefs and ego, right? Our beliefs and our ego build up a wall so strong, it seems to be impenetrable. Like we want the things, but we feel like we can't have them due to just programmed beliefs and ego. So the city you are not able to enter contains great treasures, your divinely divine success, your heart's desire. What kind of wall have you built around your Jericho? Often it is a wall of resentment. Resenting someone or resenting a situation shuts off your good. And that's what I talk about too as well, your energy. Anger, jealousy, resentment, all that does is block you from getting what you really want. The other person is over there still winning, and you're over here angry at them. When if you just let it go, you would be amazed how much you can achieve in your life. She writes, if you are a failure and resent the success of someone else, you are keeping away your own success. I have given the following statement to neutralize envy and resentment. What God has done for others, He now does for me and more. A woman was filled with envy because a friend had received a gift. She made this statement, and an exact duplicate of the gift was given to her, plus another present. It was when the children of Israel shouted that the walls of Jericho fell down. When you make an affirmation of truth, your wall of Jericho totters. And this is all about, speaking things into existence. And I talk about that a lot on my channel. And it is so true. I gave the following statement to a woman. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. She had a vivid picture of stepping over a fallen wall and received the demonstration of her good almost immediately. It is the word of realization which brings about a change in your affairs, for words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity. And here she's plainly talking about energy and the power of what your spoken word entails, and that is why it is so important to always watch and guard your thoughts and what you are saying. You are so powerful beyond belief. Taking an interest in your work, enjoying what you are doing, opens the secret door to success. A number of years ago, I went to California to speak at the different centers by the way of the Panama Canal, and on the boat I met a man named Jim Tully. For years he had been a tramp. He called himself the king of the hobos. He was ambitious and picked up an education. He had a vivid imagination and commenced writing stories about his experiences. He dramatized tramp life. He enjoyed what he was doing, and he became a very successful author. I remember one book called Outside Looking In. It was made into a motion picture. He is now famous and prosperous and lives in Hollywood. What opened the secret door to success for Jim Tully? Dramatizing his life. Being interested in what he was doing, he made the most of being a tramp. On the boat, we all sat at the captain's table, which gave us a chance to talk. Mrs. Grace Stone was also a passenger on the boat. She had written The Bitter Tea of General Yen and was going to Hollywood to have it made into a moving picture. She had lived in China and was inspired to write the book. That is the secret of success, to make what you are doing interesting to other people. Be interested yourself, and others will find you interesting. So I'm going to pause right here and talk about this for a moment, because a lot of people think that they are not able to do what they love, or they would find it silly or uninteresting, or people would laugh at them. They would think that what they were doing is commonplace, no interest. And what I'm here to tell you is it doesn't matter what you do. If you find it interesting, you would be surprised how many people in the world share the same likes and interest. It's when you put out what you're doing with love and joy, people love it, and they see that you love it. And that energy of you loving what you do draws people in even more, and even gets them interested in something that they may never even knew that they enjoyed, and they see you doing it or talking about it or writing about it, and they're intrigued, and it brings them in. And now you have a whole entourage of joy and interest in what you're doing. And this is so important. This is why it's so important to do what you love. A good disposition, a smile, often opens the secret door, the Chinese say. A man without a smiling face must not open a shop. The success of a smile was brought out in a French moving picture in which Chevalier took the lead. The picture was called With a Smile. One of the characters had become poor, dreary, and almost a derelict. He said to Chevalier, "What good has my honesty done me?" Chevalier replied, "Even honesty won't help you without a smile." So the man changes on the spot, cheers up, and becomes very successful. Living in the past, complaining of your misfortune, builds a thick wall around your Jericho. Talking too much about your affairs, scattering your forces, brings you up against a high wall. I knew a man of brains and ability who was a complete failure. He lived with his mother and aunt, and I found that every night when he went home to dinner, he told them that all had taken place during the day at the office. He discussed his hopes, his fears, and his failures. I said to him, "You scatter your forces by talking about your affairs. Don't discuss your business with your family. Silence is golden." Absolutely. Especially when you are starting out. And I want to just put this in, that especially when you're starting out, you definitely don't want to talk to a lot of people online, because moving and creating in silence is a golden key. When you talk about everything you want to do, you not only scatter the energy of it, all the naysayers and haters and everybody that's saying, "Oh, you can't do it," that just goes into your ego. And even if you're a pretty strong person, sometimes that can get too much and overwhelming. And it starts to get in, and it starts to eat away at what you really want to do. And a lot of people will quit because of this, even if they were strong to begin with. So never, never, ever talk about what you were planning to do. Just start it and do it. If you have to talk to someone like maybe financially who's helping you, but they know, without a shadow of a doubt, they are going to be on the same level of interest and help, only then. Other than that, never talk to anybody about what you're doing until you've started and you're on your roll. He took my lead. During dinner, he refused to talk about business. His mother and aunt were in despair. They loved to hear all about everything, but his silence proved golden. Not long after, he was given a position at $100 a week, and in a few years, he had a salary of $300 a week. Success is not a secret. It is a system. And that's what I want to interject here. It is not some mysterious locked books in a secret hall behind a hidden door. It's all about how you systematically approach your life. And once you incorporate these tools, you absolutely have the power. And when you have that power and you see things happening, you keep moving forward. And I'm going to talk about taking steps in a way in your life that helps you move forward. Many people are up against the wall of discouragement. Courage and endurance are part of the system. We need this in lives of all successful men and women. I had an amusing experience which brought this to my notice. I went to a moving picture theater to meet a friend. While waiting, I stood near a young boy selling programs. He called to people passing, "Buy a complete program of the picture containing photographs of the actors and a sketch of their lives." Most people passed by without buying. To my great surprise, he suddenly turned to me and said, "Say, this ain't no racket for a guy with ambition." Then he gave a discourse on success. He said, "Most people just give up before something big is coming to them. A successful man never gives up." Of course, I was interested and said, "I'll bring you a book the next time I come. It's called The Game of Life and How to Play It. You will agree with a lot of the ideas." A week or two later, I went back with the book. A girl at the ticket office said to him, "Let me read it, Eddie, while you are selling programs." The man who took tickets leaned over to see what it was about. The game of life always gets people's interest. I returned to the theater about 3 weeks, and Eddie had gone. He had expanded into a new job that he liked. His wall of Jericho had crumbled. He had refused to be discouraged. Only twice is the word success mentioned in the Bible, both times in the book of Joshua. "Only be strong and very courageous to observe to do according to all the law which Moses, my servant, commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right or to the left, that thou mayest have good success whithersoever thou goest. The book of the law shall not depart from thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do all that is written therein. For that shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and thou shalt have good success. Turn not to the right or to the left." So basically, breaking this down in the Bible's metaphorical sense of how it is written, it states clearly that don't look around you at what is going on. People look around and say, "Well, it's not here. Where is it? I've been doing all this stuff and I don't see anything." That's what it's talking about not looking to the right or the left. Keep focus and meditate on what you see as the end result only, and never look around and say, "Oh, it's not here yet. I don't see it. Nobody's sending me anything. Nobody's giving me anything. Nobody's subscribing. Nobody's doing anything." You have to stay focused, and you have to look forward. And you have to look within, only meditate on what you see as the end result. And it states it clearly. Well, not too clear, that's why I'm here to kind of help narrate this book and kind of break it down as we go. The road to success is a straight and narrow path. It is a road of loving absorption, of undivided attention. You attract the things you give a great deal of thought to. That goes without saying. When you think of things continually, good or bad, you attract it. You will attract the people, places, and circumstances that will affirm what you think about and that you believe is going on in your reality. If you think that everything good is always working out for you, people are always trying to help you, you're always getting what you need, you never have lack, you never have to go without, it will show up that way. You will be faced every day with people, places, and circumstances that show you that exact thought. If you feel like things are hard, they're not going your way, you can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, you can't see what's going on, you will be given that answer as well. The universe does not have feelings about this. It is your energy and focus is what brings you what you want. When people realize this, it is a non-judgmental, impartial. I mean, it's everything around you is love, don't get me wrong. But it is not up there going, well, you know, Jane's been a great girl this week, I'm just going to go ahead. It doesn't work that way. It all is energy. It's all an energy-centered universe. If you give out the energy of lack and despair, you can be the kindest, sweetest, nicest person in the world. If you give out the energy of despair, you are going to get things that cause you despair. Every time. Without a shadow of a doubt. Every single time. So, when you give out the energy of positivity, even if it looks, it's all just a bendable reality anyway. So why would you, when you start knowing how you can bend reality, you could look around and just say, well, this isn't my reality. I'm just going to kind of just, it's going to happen with this and this and this. You keep moving forward and don't pay attention. Okay, back to the book. So if you give a great deal of thought to lack, you attract lack. If you give a great deal of thought to injustice, you attract more injustice. Joshua said, and it shall come to pass that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when ye hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city shall fall down flat, and the people shall ascend up, every man straight before him. And I believe this, she was talking, even back then, she was talking about the rise in consciousness. This part of the Bible that she's talking about, I believe that this is the rise in consciousness of mankind. Okay. The inner meaning of this story is the power of the word, your word which dissolves obstacles and removes barriers. When people shouted, the walls fell down. We find in folklore and fairy stories, which come down from legends founded on truth, the same idea. A word opens a door or cleaves a rock. We have it again in the Arabian Nights story, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. I saw it made into a moving picture. Ali Baba has a secret hiding place, hidden somewhere behind rocks and mountains. The entrance may only be gained by speaking a secret word. It is open sesame. Ali Baba faces the mountain and cries, "Open sesame," and the rocks slide apart. It is very inspiring, for it gives you the realization of how your own rocks and barriers will part at the right word. And right there, it's talking about speaking things into existence. So let us now take the statement, the walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. Next chapter, bricks without straw. There shall no straw be given you yet ye shall make bricks without straw. Exodus 5:18. In the 5th chapter of Exodus, we have a picture of everyday life when giving a metaphysical interpretation. The children of Israel were in bondage to the Pharaoh, the cruel taskmaker, ruler of Egypt. They were kept in slavery, making bricks, and were hated and despised. Moses had orders from the Lord to deliver his people from bondage. Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, "Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness." He not only refused to let them go, but told them that he would make their task even more difficult. They must take bricks without straw being provided for them. And the taskmakers of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, "Thus saith Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get your straw where ye can find it, yet not aught of your work shall be diminished." It was impossible to make bricks without straw. The children of Israel were completely crushed by Pharaoh. They were beaten for not producing the bricks. Then came the message from Jehovah, "Go therefore now and work, for there shall be no straw given you, yet ye shall deliver the tale number of bricks." Working with spiritual law, they could make bricks without straw, which means to accomplish the seemingly impossible. How often in life people are confronted with this situation. So let's talk a little about this. So bricks without straw. A lot of people want to start a business, or they want to play an instrument, or they want to travel, or they want to, we could just keep going on and on with the list. And a lot of people make excuses and they say, "I have no money to do this, no one's here to do that. How would I do this without?" This is your bricks without straw. This is when you trust in your higher power, when you trust in yourself, that things will move in your reality to help you achieve what you desire. Things will move in your reality that will help you achieve things you desire, and it will be like it just came from nowhere. The people that you need are there. The money that you need is there. It is an amazing phenomenon. And you absolutely can have anything. You can do anything. And then a lot of people start practicing spiritual things and they go, "Well, I've been practicing affirmations and writing affirmations and nothing is happening, so, must not be for me." Or, they quit. But you have to remember this story, this line of the bricks without straw, because when you can conceive it, that means it is meant for you to have it. If you want it and it is meant for you to have it, it is going to manifest. Things will move in the most miraculous ways. It happens every single time in the most miraculous of ways. And I'm going to share a story with you real fast. It was at a time where I didn't have a vehicle and I needed a vehicle to go to work. I needed to be able to take care of myself and my son. And I had no idea how I was going to get, I knew it was going to be about $3,000 or $4,000 down for a vehicle at that time. And I had no idea where I was going to get this money. Like where, and working and everything, I was going through a very difficult time then. And I needed a car pretty fast. So I've been on a spiritual journey for years and just learning different things, what works, what doesn't work, and now that's why I started this channel, to share what I have learned and what I have, books that have inspired and influenced me with all of you. So anyway, I was working with an agency that was helping me with some different things at the time, and backtrack a little bit, I had gotten in the mail out of the blue. I didn't apply for it. I didn't ask for it. It just came in from a company. It was for a business line of credit. And if I matched and it was completely legit because I did get the card. If I matched it, I would get the exact amount of money that I needed for a down payment. So this other company I was working with said, we are going to help you because we know you need a vehicle. They gave me the minimum down that I needed to get this card for a matched account for a business line of credit. There is no way I could have predicted that these people were going to come in and offer me a check, and that out of the blue I was just going to open my mail. And I don't get a lot of mail. I haven't gotten a lot of mail in the last 5 years. I just don't get, but I get more junk mail than anything. Out of the blue, a credit card offer comes in offering me a business line of credit with it was like a secured part down, but it wasn't totally secured. They matched it with a higher amount for business cards. I can't tell you. There's no way I could have even predicted that. I could not have fathomed that. I could not have placed that scenario within my realm of consciousness. I hadn't even heard of this other company. But I knew they were legitimate because I had actually seen their logos everywhere. I just didn't really know what they were associated with. I can't tell you how that miracle happened other than this is my bricks without straw. This is my example of bricks without straw. I knew I was going to have that money for that vehicle. I just persisted in the thought that I knew I was going to be driving a vehicle very soon that I could afford. It was something that I could walk to because I didn't have the means to go riding all over town looking for dealerships and cars. I didn't have that kind of time, and I just, I didn't have anyone really to ask at that time, hey, can you drive me all over town and look for cars, and then maybe this, maybe that. I could not do that. So not only did I get FedExed, I got the card FedExed. Not only did I get that money FedExed, so it came to me in 2 to 3 days, I also was able to walk. Luckily, I lived near it, not a plethora of dealerships, but a decent amount of dealerships, and I knew that within walking distance I could get to it easily because it was very hot during this time, and that was another thing too. I couldn't be out walking in the heat like that. The second dealership I went to, I was able to use this card because the first dealership really wasn't sure about using a card to make a down payment, but this next dealership absolutely did. And I walked out with a car, or drove out. This is your bricks without straw. I'm telling you, you need to just persevere and have faith. It will always work out for you every time. Okay, let's keep going. Working with spiritual law, they could make bricks without straw, which means to accomplish the seemingly impossible. How often in life people are confronted with this situation? Agnes M. Lawson, in her Hints to Bible Students, says, the life in Egypt under foreign oppression is a symbol of man under the hard taskmakers of destructive thinking, pride, fear, resentment, ill will, and etc. The deliverance under Moses is the freedom man gains from the taskmasters as he learns the law of life. For we can never come under grace except we first know the law. The law must be made known in order to be fulfilled. In the 11th Psalm, we read in the final verse, "The fear of the Lord, law, is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endureth forever." Now if we read the word Lord, and in parentheses it says law, it will give us the key to the statement. The fear of the law, or karmic law, is the beginning of wisdom, not the fear of the Lord. When we know that whatever we send out comes back, we begin to be afraid of our own boomerangs. I read in a medical journal the following facts telling of the boomerang this great pharaoh received. It would appear that flesh is indeed heir to a long and ancient line of ills, when, as revealed by Lord Monaghan at a lecture at Leeds, that the pharaoh of the oppression suffered from hardening of the heart in a literal sense. Lord Monaghan showed some remarkable photographic slides of the results of surgical operations 1,000 years before Christ, and among these was a slide of the actual anatomical remains of the pharaoh of the oppression. The large vessel springing from the heart was in such a well-preserved state as to enable sections of it to be made and compared with those made recently from the lantern slide. It was impossible to distinguish between the ancient and modern vessel. Both hearts had been attacked by atheroma, a condition in which calcium salts are deposited in the walls of the vessel, making it rigid and inelastic. Inadequate expanse to the stream of blood from the heart caused the vessel to give way. With this condition went the mental changes that occur with a rigid arterial system: a narrowness of outlook, restriction and dread of enterprise, a literal hardening of the heart. So when we say someone is hard-hearted, this is exactly, it physically does that, scientifically makes your heart harden. So Pharaoh's hardness of heart hardened his own heart. This is true today as it was several thousand years ago. We are all coming out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Your doubts and fears keep you in slavery. You face a situation which seems hopeless. What can you do? It is a case of making bricks without straw. But remember the words of Jehovah. Go therefore now and work, for there shall be no straw given you. Yet ye shall deliver the tale number of bricks. You shall make bricks without straw. God makes a way where there is no way. I was told the story of a woman who needed money for her rent. It was necessary to have it at once. She knew of no channel. She had exhausted every avenue. However, she was a truth student and kept making her affirmations. Her dog whined and wanted to go out. She put on his leash and walked down the street in the accustomed direction. However, the dog pulled at his leash and wanted to go in another direction. She followed, and in the middle of the block, opposite an open park, she looked down and picked up a roll of bills, which exactly covered her rent. She looked for ads, but never found the owner. There were no houses near where she found it. The reasoning mind, the intellect, takes the throne of Pharaoh in your consciousness. It says continually, "It can't be done. What's the use?" We must drown out these dreary suggestions with a vital affirmation. For example, take this statement. The unexpected happens. My seemingly impossible good now comes to pass. This stops all argument from the army of the aliens, which is the reasoning mind. This is also your egoic mind. The unexpected happens. That is an idea it cannot cope with. Thou hast made me wiser than mine enemies. your enemy thoughts, your doubts, your fears and apprehensions. Think of the joy of really being free forever from the pharaoh of the oppression. To have the idea of security, health, happiness, and abundance established in the subconscious. It would mean a life free from all limitation. It would be the kingdom which Jesus Christ spoke of, where all things are automatically added unto us. I say automatically added unto us because all life is vibration. And when we vibrate to success, happiness, and abundance, the things which symbolize these states of consciousness will attach themselves to us. Again, right here, it's all energy. It's all vibration. Even when you are looking in the face of no rent, no food, no major life crisis, things that most people just go into a tailspin over. If you claim it and proclaim it, avenues will open for you. I promise they will open for you. Feel rich and successful, and suddenly you will receive a larger check or a beautiful gift. I tell the story showing the working of this law. I went to a party where people played games, and whoever won received a gift. The prize was a beautiful fan. Among those present was a very rich woman who had everything. Her name was Clara. The poor and resentful ones got together and whispered, "We hope Clara doesn't get the fan." Well, of course, Clara won the fan. She was carefree and vibrating to abundance. Envy and resentment short-circuit your good and keep away your fans. That's why you never want to be in that crowd of gossipers. You never want to get yourself into that situation, and I know all of us have. Where you start talking about things, whether things going on right now in our world, whether it's political environments, whether it is social environments, people talk and they get on a tailspin, and it can be 2 hours of gossiping, and your vibration is so low, right? It is so important to monitor your thoughts. And when you see people, when you hear a conversation that you gotta really look at your vibration. It is a matter of your livelihood, and it really is. If you bring it down, imagine your livelihood going down, and you don't want that, right? You don't have to be nasty. You can politely excuse yourself, but you want to get as far away from that situation as you can. You do not want to let your vibration go off kilter. It's not worth it. If you should happen to be resentful and envious, take the statement, "What God has done for others, He now does for me and more." This is such a positive statement. It is a positive thing. Sometimes jealousy or not resentment, but jealousy, a little bit of envy is good in the fact that it shows you, hey, I want those things too. Use it as a tool to turn it around and vibrate on what you want. Use it and recognize it when you see it. Say, that is a want for me, and I want that for myself too. And instead of looking at someone with a jealous or nasty attitude, take it, use that statement, and turn it around for your own good. No, you never wish harm on someone else, and you never look at someone with a resentful, jealous, nasty attitude. You never do that. You're only pushing that energy right back. You're pushing it out into the world, and when Florence Scovel Shinn talks about boomerangs, it will boomerang right back to you. Sometimes hitting you 10 times worse than when you put it out, so you have to be careful. Then all the fans and things will come your way. No man gives to himself but himself, and no man takes away from himself but himself. The game of life is a game of solitaire. As you change, all conditions will change. Now go back to Pharaoh. The oppressor. No one loves an oppressor. I remember a friend I had many years ago. Her name was Letty. Her father had plenty of money and supplied her and her mother and herself with food and clothes, but no luxuries. We went to art school together, and all the students would buy reproductions of the Winged Victory, Whistler's Mother, or something to bring art into their homes. My friend's father called all these things plunder. He would say, "Don't bring home any plunder." So she lived a colorless life without a Winged Victory on her bureau or Whistler's Mother on the wall. He would say often to my friend and her mother, "When I die, you'll both be well off." One day, someone said to Letty, "When are you going abroad?" All art students went abroad. She replied cheerfully, "Not till Papa dies." So people always look forward to being free from lack and oppression. Let us now free ourselves from the tyrants of negative thinking. We have been slaves to doubts, fears, and apprehension, and let us be delivered as Moses delivered the children of Israel and come out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Find the thought which is your great oppressor. Find the kingpin. In the logging camps in the spring, the logs are sent down the rivers in great numbers. Sometimes the logs become crossed and cause a jam. The men look for the log causing the jam. They call it the kingpin. Straighten it and the logs rush down the river again. Maybe your kingpin is resentment, and resentment holds back your good. The more you resent, the more you will have to resent. You grow a resentment track in your brain, and your expression will be one of habitual resentment. You will be avoided and miss the golden opportunities which await you each day. I remember a few years ago the streets were filled with men selling apples. They got up early to get the good corners. I passed one several times on Park Avenue. He had the most disagreeable expression I have ever seen. As people passed, he said, "Apples, apples," but no one stopped to buy. I invested in an apple and said, "You'll never sell apples unless you change your expression." He replied, "Well, that guy over there took my corner." I said, "Never mind about the corner. You can sell apples right here if you'll look pleasant." He said, "Okay, lady," and I went on. The next day I saw him. His whole expression had changed. He was doing a big business and selling apples with a smile. So find your kingpin. You may have more than one, and your logs of success, happiness, and abundance will go rushing down your river. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet ye shall make bricks without straw. So with that being said, and we're talking about the kingpin, when you're sitting there contemplating things you may have said or actions you may have taken during the day, what is your kingpin? Do you get hot-headed and fly off the handle? Do you think negatively about people? What is it that blocks you? And really think about this, because we all have things we have to work on. No one comes here with a perfect roadmap and book about life and how to do it. It's important to think about, maybe, do you have doubts? Do you have fears? Do you lay in bed at night frantic and fretting and talking to your friends and for hours and hours and talking about how things don't work out or what's going on or who's making you mad? All of those are your kingpins, and you want to get rid of those. Really figure out what's going on. Really do self-inflection, and this really is going to help with that. It's going to help you with self-inflection because it's really going to help you see, when you think back on conversations, when you think back on actions, what were your kingpins of the day? And even it's practice. And no one turns out perfect the first night. But if you practice this on a daily basis, it will get easier and easier and easier. And then you will start to see, before you even have the chance to fly off the hook, especially if you have a hot temper, you will be able to see how to catch it before it even escalates. You'll be able to put out the spark before the fire even starts to smoke. Okay, next chapter. And 5 of them were wise. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. Matthew 25:2-3. My subject is the parable of the wise and foolish virgins. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. The parable teaches that true prayer means preparation. Jesus Christ said, "And all things, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive." Matthew 21:22. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. In this parable he shows that only those who have prepared for their good, thereby showing active faith, will bring the manifestation to pass. Right there is the key, a huge key in this book. It is your belief. When she talks about prayer, prayer is basically affirmations of your belief. It's not clasping your hands together and thinking somebody up in the sky is listening to you. No. This is you putting your beliefs and affirmations to work. When you pair them together, these are the two magical things. When you ask, you're affirming. You're not saying, "Oh my gosh, please let it happen," because you're saying, "It's going to happen. This is what I have. I trust that it's coming. It is mine. It is here now." You affirm it, you stand in it, and you do not sway. So the lamps is just the empty words. The lamps, the empty lamps, or the clasping the hands together and thinking that someone outside is going to come down from the heavens and, and you're praying to something up in the sky that's going to come down, and it is not. Those are empty lamps. Those are empty vessels. The lamps with the oil is the fuel. Your fuel is your affirmation and belief. If you have no belief that it can happen, if you're just frantic and throwing words around and thinking, "Oh, I don't even know, this probably won't," when you're thinking all these negative thoughts and you're saying all these negative words, that is your empty lamp. It gets you nothing. Okay, back to the book. We might paraphrase the scriptures and say, "When ye pray, believe ye have it. When ye pray, act as if you already have received." You have to act as if the thing you want is already here. It is. If you want it, you have just manifested it. And now it is just a matter of waiting. And I know most people can't even fathom that thought. Like they can't even fathom it. And my friend, it is so true. Just know and believe you have it. Just know and believe you can have it. And we are so three-dimensional. If we don't see it with our own eyes, we don't even see what's happening behind the scenes. Just like the story of the credit card that came in the mail, there's no way I could have known that was going on behind the scenes. I could not have fathomed that in a million years. All I knew was that it was coming, something was coming from somewhere for me to get that down payment for a vehicle. It just was. Things moved to make it happen. That is how powerful your act. And I wasn't even as powerful in my beliefs then. I was still very new at learning this and affirming it. This was about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So I was still very new at learning. After I knew about energy and affirmations and manifestation, but I was still in my journey and I was still very much learning about this. When I figured out about beliefs, that was the game changer. That's changed my entire life. Armchair faith or rocking chair faith will never move mountains. In the armchair, in the silence or meditation, you are filled with the wonder of this truth, and you feel that your faith will never waver. You know that the Lord is your shepherd, and you shall never want. You feel that your God of plenty will wipe out all burdens or debt or limitations. Then you leave your armchair and step out into the arena of life. It's only what you do in that arena that counts, meaning when you get up from your affirmations and prayers, you keep moving as if you are living in that end situation. It's not like you just snap out of it and suddenly you have to come back to reality and look around and start worrying again, like, oh my gosh, all my bills. No, you stay in that flow, okay? I will give you an illustration showing how the law works, for faith without action is dead. A man, one of my students, had a great desire to go abroad. He took the statement, I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed under grace in a perfect way. He had very little money, but knowing the law of preparation, he brought a trunk. It was a very gay and happy trunk with a big red band around the waist. Whenever he looked at it, it gave him a realization of a trip. One day he seemed to feel his room moving. He felt the motion of a ship. He went out to the window to breathe the fresh air, and it smelled like the aroma of the docks. With his inner ear, he heard the shriek of a seagull and the creaking of a gangplank. The truck had commenced to work. It had put him in the vibration of his trip. Soon after that, a large sum of money came to him, and he took the trip. He said afterwards that it was perfect in every detail. And that is the next thing. You want to put what you're visioning in precise detail, not just kind of watching it like a movie and seeing it. Feel it. You have to smell it, feel it, taste it as if it was already there. So I'll give you an example. Okay, say you want to go to Disneyland. Say you want to experience Disneyland, okay? When you walked up to the gates of Disneyland, how would you feel? Close your eyes and think about what it would be like. Even if you've never been to Disneyland in your life or seen pictures, think about what you would think about. Or even better still, what helps your inner vision is looking up pictures and even printing pictures and cutting out pictures. That even helps solidify it even better when you are manifesting. So, what would it look like? What would it sound like? You know, the famous Dole Whip. Imagine going up to a Dole Whip stand and ordering your Dole Whip and feeling your hands, looking at the menu, and then you take the Dole Whip cone in your hand and it feels cold, and you take that delicious pineapple whip up to your lips and you taste it, and it's sweet and delicious and pineapple-y and tropical, and it's cold on a nice warm day. That is active visualization. You are in it, you're feeling it, you're not watching yourself in a movie. You are in it, experiencing it, tasting it, and looking and savoring and feeling the emotion and feeling the environment as it's happening. You have to do that. If you look at it in your mind, like when you're thinking about things and you're looking at yourself doing it, you are just projecting it, and that's going to go out onto another person. It's going to happen. It's just not going to happen to you because you are projecting it as in third person, a movie. You're not watching a movie. You're not watching someone else do it. You are in it and you are doing it, okay? In the arena of life, we must keep ourselves tuned up to concert pitch. Are we acting different from motives of fear or faith? Watch your motives with all diligence, for out of them these are the issues of life. If your problem is a financial one, and it usually is, let's be real, it usually is for a lot of us, right? You must know how to wind yourself up financially and keep wound up by always acting your faith. The material attitude towards money is to trust in your salary, your income, and investments, which can shrink overnight. The spiritual attitude towards money is to trust in God for your supply, to keep your possessions. Always realize that they are God in manifestation. What Allah has given cannot be diminished. If one door shuts, another door immediately opens. Never voice lack or limitation. By your words you are condemned. You combine with what you notice, and if you are always noticing failure in hard times, you will combine with failure in hard times. So if you're always noticing, if you're always saying, oh, you just don't have enough of this, you just need all that, it just doesn't make any sense how you don't have this and that. If you bring that into your reality, you are going to keep bringing more of that. Even if you don't, like say you need food and there's not a lot of food in the refrigerator, but there's some, and you look at it and say, wow, there's an abundance of food. I always have food. I have so much money for food. I eat and enjoy delicious meals, and I love having food. It's so amazing. It's delicious, and I love having. You just revel in the fact that you had a fridge full of food, like someone just gave you. You have basically your life's infinite credit card, and you just went out and bought everything you wanted, and you put it in your fridge, and now you're looking at it. Act like that. Act like someone just said, go to, I don't know, whatever grocery store is local for you. Go to Safeway and buy anything you want. Anything you want. How would that feel if someone said that? And then imagine walking down the aisles, putting everything you want in your cart, driving it home, or Ubering home, or walking home, and putting it all away, and just feeling so blessed that you have all this food. You have that inside of you. You must form the habit of living in the fourth dimension, the world of the wondrous. It is the world where you do not judge by appearances. You have trained your inner eye to see through failure into success, to see through sickness into health, to see through limitation into plenty. I will give you the land which your inner eye sees. I will give you the land which thou seest. That right there, you have to see it in your consciousness, in your fourth dimension consciousness, not what you're looking, not when you open your eyes and look around. That is not what you want. You're not seeing that. You live in your other consciousness. You live in the consciousness that you are creating. You live in that all day, every day, no matter what happens. And that is something that it is practice. It's practice. And don't beat yourself up if you fall out or get angry or see things that you want and don't have it. Don't feel bad about that. We all have to learn it. It is a practice. This is the great work. This is the great work for you to live the life you want. Okay? The man who achieves success has the fixed idea of success. If it is founded on a rock of truth and rightness, it will stand. If it is not, if it is built upon sand and washed into sea, returning to its native nothingness. Only divine ideas can endure. Evil destroys itself, for it is a cross current against universal order. And the way of the transgressor is hard. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. The wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. The lamp symbolizes man's consciousness. The oil is what brings light or understanding. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept, And at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh, go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us your oil, for our lamps are gone out. The foolish virgins were without wisdom or understanding, which is oil for the consciousness. And when they were confronted with a serious situation, they had no way of handling it. And when they said to the wise, Give us of your oil, the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you, but go ye rather to them that sell, and buy for yourselves. This means that the foolish virgins could not receive more than was in their consciousness, or what they were vibrating to. They basically were saying that they had no power. This is comparing it to people that say they have no power. Right? They are the 5 virgins with no oil in their lamp. These are people that say they have no power, and they give up all their power by either being unconscious of how they're acting, just because they don't know, and they want someone to just give it to them when they have the power themselves, or they just feel like, well, it's not here yet. Where is it? It's not here. It's not sitting in my living room. It's not sitting in my driveway. It's not in my bank account. Where is it? Okay? That's the same thing. This means that the foolish virgins could not go receive more than was in their consciousness or what they were vibrating to. The man received the trip because it was in his consciousness as a reality. He believed that he had already received it. As he prepared for the trip, he was taking oil for his lamps. With realization comes manifestation. The law of preparation works both ways. If you prepare for what you fear or don't want, you begin to attract it. David said, The thing I feared has come upon me. We hear people say, I must put away money in case of illness. They are deliberately preparing to be ill. Or, I'm saving for a rainy day. The rainy day is sure to come at a most inconvenient time. The divine idea for every man is plenty. Your barn should be full and your cup should flow over, but we must learn to ask all aright. For example, take this statement. I call upon the law of accumulation. My supply comes from God and now pours and piles up under grace. This statement does not give any picture of stint or saving or sickness. It gives a fourth dimensional feeling of abundance, leaving the channels to infinite intelligence. Every day you must make a choice. Will you be wise or foolish? Will you prepare for your good? Will you take the giant swing into faith, or serve doubt and fear and bring no oil for your lamps? And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with him into the marriage, and the door was shut. So the marriage, this is the marriage of making your reality and your consciousness as one. Meaning the reality and the consciousness that you have been preparing for the reality are now coming together. The door being shut means it is solidifying the marriage of the consciousness and the fourth dimension affirmation of it being in reality. Okay? Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open unto us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Because when you're in doubt, your reality won't bring it to you, because it's like, what do you mean you want it? You've been saying this whole time you don't have it, so I'm just showing you you don't have it. I don't have it to give you because you've been telling me the whole time you don't have it. This is basically what this is saying. You may feel that the foolish virgins paid very dearly for neglecting to bring oil for their lamps, but we are dealing with the law of karma, or the law comeback. It has been called the Judgment Day, which people usually associate with the end of the world. Your Judgment Day come, they say, in sevens. 7 hours, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 months, or 7 years. It might even come in 7 minutes. Then you pay some karmic debt, the price for having violated spiritual law. You failed to trust God. You took no oil for your lamps. Every day examine your consciousness and see just what you are preparing for. You are fearful of lack and hang on to every cent, thereby attracting more lack. Use what you have with wisdom, and it opens the way for more to come to you. In my book, Your Word is Your Wand, I tell about the magic purse. In the Arabian Nights, they tell the story of a man who had a magic purse. As money went out, immediately money appeared in it again. So I made the statement, my supply comes from God. I have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in. It is always crammed, jammed with abundance, under grace, and in perfect ways. This brings a vivid picture to mind. You are drawing on the bank of the imagination. A woman who did not have much money was afraid to pay any bills and see her bank account dwindle. It came to her with great conviction. I have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in. She fearlessly paid her bills, and several large checks came to her that she did not expect. And this has actually happened for me as well. I looked at how much money I had in my bank account, and I knew I had enough for 4 bills, but there were 7 bills due. I didn't freak out and say I gotta save and not pay 1 bill and just go off the deep end. I paid them, and immediately more income was rolling in. It's a phenomenon that will never. You have to be fearless. If you're if you're going out and taking all that money and going out and partying with it, and you know you owe obligations, that's not doing the right thing. You have to be doing the right thing, right? So if you're doing the right thing and you're paying money towards bills that you know you owe others, and it's rightfully owed to them, pay the bill, and know without a shadow of a doubt that your money is coming to you unequivocally in large amounts every day. And that is one affirmation you can also say. When you are unafraid to take care of your responsibilities, the money will show up. Watch and pray, lest ye enter into temptation. Of preparing for something destructive instead of something constructive. So something destructive would be going out, spending a bunch of money on things you don't need. Like when you know you owe bills, don't go out and buy a bunch of clothes and just say, well, forget it, I don't have enough money for anything anyway. You need to do what's right, pay your bills, money will continue to flow. I knew a woman who told me she always kept a long crepe veil handy in case of funerals. I said to her, you are a menace to your relatives and are preparing to hurry them all off so that you can wear that veil. She destroyed it. Another woman who had no money decided to send her 2 daughters to college. Her husband scorned the idea and said, who will pay their tuition? I have no money for it. She replied, I know some unforeseen good will come to us. She kept on preparing her daughters for college. Her husband laughed heartily and told all their friends that his wife was sending the girls to college on some unforeseen good. A rich relative suddenly sent her a large sum of money. Some unforeseen good did arrive, for she had shown active faith. I asked what she had said to her husband when the check arrived, and she replied, oh, I never antagonized George by telling him I am in the right. So prepare for your unforeseen good. Let every thought and every act express your unwavering faith. Every event in your life is a crystallized idea. Something you have invited through either fear or faith. something you have prepared for. So you have to ask yourself, what am I preparing for? Am I preparing for something I fear, or am I preparing for something I have faith in? When you're preparing for something you have faith in, it will arrive in perfect ways. When you are preparing for fear, it will arrive. And it will happen. So be diligent on your thoughts and where they go. And your words. So let us be wise and bring oil for our lamps, and when we least expect it, we shall reap the fruits of our faith. My lamps are now filled with the oil of faith and fulfillment. Next chapter. What do you expect? According to your faith, be it unto you. Matthew 9:29. Faith is expectancy. According to your faith, be it unto you. We might say, according to your expectancy, be it done unto you. So what are you expecting? We hear people say, we expect the worst to happen, or the worst is yet to come. They are deliberately inviting the worst to come. We hear others say, I expect a change for the better. They are expecting better conditions in their lives. Change your expectancies and you change your condition. How can you change your expectancies when you have formed the habit of expecting loss, lack, or failure? Begin to act as if you expected success, happiness, and abundance. Prepare for your good. Do something to show you expect it to come. Act of faith alone will impress the subconscious. So this is one thing you can say. You want a new couch and you don't have the extra cash for it, but you have money for some new pillows for it. Get the pillows, set them in the spot where the couch will be. Envision the couch you want and make sure you have it all in great detail, like we talked about earlier. Envision the pillows on the couch. And just know that the couch will arrive to you in a very short amount of time. But every time you walk past the couch where the areas, clear out furniture where the couch is supposed to go. Don't keep something else there where the couch is supposed to sit. Clear that out. Just set the pillows there, okay? What you are doing, you are creating expectancy for your manifestation, for your good. When you look at the space and you throw a bunch of junk in it and say, oh, it's not here yet, I don't even know where I'm going to get a couch in. That is not having enough oil in your lamp. That is carrying an empty vessel. Preparing and expecting for your good. You've cleared out the area. You've gotten it all neat and tidy. You've gotten, end tables around it or whatever that you're going to have around it. You are leaving the space open for what you want. You are leaving the space open for your new couch. Your pillows are sitting there and you're like, well, here comes the couch. It's going to be any day and we're going to just put it right there. Do something to show you expect it to come. Act of faith alone will impress the subconscious. The subconscious is the one that makes the moves, that gets you to the things, that moves the things, spaces, people, places out of the way to make a direct trajectory of the item or the person or the place you want to you quickly. When you try to sit there and think about how am I going to do it and with what money and let me just leave it alone. Affirm that it is yours. Create a space for it. So if you want an SP, create the space for them in your life, right? And prepare for them to be in there. If you have spoken the word for a home, prepare for it immediately as if you hadn't a moment to lose. Collect little ornaments, tablecloths, etc., etc. I knew a woman who made the giant swing into faith by buying a large armchair. A chair meant business. She bought a large and comfortable chair, for she was preparing for the right man. And he came. Someone will say, suppose you haven't any money to buy ornaments or a chair. Then look in shop windows and link them within that thought. Go in the shops that you like to visit. Sit in the furniture that you like to sit in. If it's furniture that you want, we're just using a couch, right? In this scenario, sit on the couch that you love. And then picture, when you close your eyes, you don't have to do it for a long time and meditate in the store, but close your eyes and picture you sitting. Now you have the feeling of the chair. Remember, we're talking about the feeling, the living in it. The feeling of the chair, the couch, you're in it, and you're in your living room. You're in it in your living room. You feel the fabric. You love the smell of it. Whatever it is, bring it all into your existence, and that is where you are at now. Then when you open your eyes, say thank you. This is exactly it. And I'm ready to receive it now. And move about your day. Don't sit here and think, well, who's going to bring me the couch and how am I going to get it home? And that's how we block our blessings. And we all are programmed to do this. Get in the vibration. Sometimes I hear people saying, I don't go into the shop because I can't afford to buy anything. That is just the reason you should go into the shops. Begin to make friends with the things you desire or require. I know a woman who wanted a ring. She went boldly to the ring department and tried on rings. It gave her such a realization of ownership. Not long after, a friend made her a gift of a ring. You combine with what you notice. Keep on noticing beautiful rings and you make an invisible contact. Sooner or later, these things are drawn into your life unless you say, poor me, too good to be true. My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from Him. This is a most important statement from the 62nd Psalm. The soul is the subconscious mind, and the psalmist was telling his subconscious to expect everything directly from the universal. Do not to depend upon doors and channels. My expectation is from Him. God cannot fail. His ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. You can expect any seemingly impossible good from God if you do not limit the channels. Do not say how you want it done or how it can't be done. This is something so many people do. We just think we know how to get everything coordinated and everything right and we have no idea of all the laws and ways and things that can move for our favor. We can't even fathom it, but we sit there and try to think of it. Why? I don't know, but we do. We all do as humans. Do not say how you want it done or how it can't be done. God is the giver and the gift and creates His own amazing channels. Take the following statement. I cannot be separated from God the giver. Therefore, I cannot be separated from God the gift. The gift is God in action. Get the realization that every blessing is good in action and see God in every face and good in every situation. This makes you your master of all conditions. A woman came to me saying that there was no heat in the radiators in their apartment and that her mother was suffering from the cold. She added, the landlord has declared that we can't have heat until a certain date. I replied, God is your landlord. She said, that's all I want to know, and rushed out. That evening, the heat was turned on without asking. It was because she realized that the landlord was God in manifestation, meaning all of us is us pushed out. We are all connected. You're not pushing someone against their will. It is not about that. We are all connected and we are all one. We are all God pushed out in different forms of us. This is a wonderful age, for people are becoming miracle-minded. It is in the air. Quoting from an article which I found in the New York Journal, an American by John Anderson. It corroborates what I have just said. The title of the article is Theatergoers Make a Hit of Metaphysical Plays. If, said a cynical manager, who shall be called Brock Pemberton, with a slight accent of sarcasm in his voice, the other night, on an intermission curbside talk, you fellows, meaning the critics, know so much about what the New York public wants. Why don't you tell me what to produce? Why don't you run me into business instead out of it? Why don't you tell me what sort of play the playgoers want to see? I would, I said, but you wouldn't believe it. You're hedging, he said. You don't know, and you're trying to cover up by pretending to know more than you're willing to say. You haven't any more idea I have this minute what sort of plays generally succeed. I have, I said. There is one surefire success, one theme that works and has always worked, whether it is competing with Boy Meets Girl, mysteries, historical tragedies, etc. No play on the theme has ever completely failed if it had any merit at all, and a lot of poor ones have been big hits. You're stalling again, said Mr. Pemberton. What sort of plays are they? Metaphysical, I said, fouling slightly with a big word, and waiting quietly for the effect. Metaphysical, said Mr. Pemberton. You mean metaphysical? I paused a moment, and since Mr. Pemberton said nothing, went right on spouting such titles as The Green Pastures, The Star Wagon, Father Malachi's Miracle, etc. Some of these, I added, reached the public over the heads of the critics, but Mr. Pemberton had departed to ask, possibly in every theater in town, is there a metaphysician in the house? People are beginning to realize the power of their words and thoughts. They understand why faith is the substance of the thing hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We see the law of expectancy working out through superstition. If you walk under a ladder and expect for it to give you bad luck, it will give you bad luck. The ladder is quite innocent. Bad luck came because you expected it. And so this is what kind of goes with a lot of ancient traditions and superstitions. It all comes back to the state of belief. If you believe this little stuffed doll is going to do something to someone, your belief is making it true in your reality. Your belief is putting power into it. You got to understand what your belief is. Your belief is the most powerful thing. Your mind is the most powerful thing you have. We might say expectancy is the substance of the things hoped for, or expectancy is the substance of the thing man fears. The thing I expect has come upon me. Nothing is too good to be true. Nothing is too wonderful to happen. Nothing is too good to last when you look to God for your good. Now think of the blessings which seem so far off, and begin to expect them now under grace in an unexpected way, for God works in unexpected ways, His wonders to perform. Let's just use our reference. Our example is the couch. Just expect it. You don't need to know how it's going to be, but just expect it, that a higher force, the greater substance, the high substance of the universe knows how to bring it to you. It knows how to do this. Now think of blessings which seem so far off, and begin to expect them now under grace in an unexpected way, for God works in unexpected ways His wonders to perform. I was told that there are 3,000 promises in the Bible. Let us now expect all those blessings come to pass. Among them we are promised riches and honors, eternal youth. Your flesh shall be become as a little child's, and eternal life. Death itself shall be overcome. Christianity is founded upon the forgiveness of sins as an empty tomb. We now know that all these things are scientifically possible. As we call on the law of forgiveness, we become free from mistakes and the consequences of mistakes. Though your sins be as scarlet, ye shall be washed whiter than wool. Then our bodies will be bathed in light and express the body electric, which is incorruptible and indestructible, pure substance expressing perfection. This is our souls. She's talking about our souls. I expect the unexpected. My glorious good comes now to I expect the unexpected. My glorious good now comes to pass. If you say nothing else, you can say this. This is a prayer. This is an affirmation for your life. I expect the unexpected. My glorious good now comes to pass. Next chapter. The long arm of God. The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. Deuteronomy 33:27. In the Bible, the arm of God always symbolizes protection. The writers of the Bible knew the power of a symbol. It brings a picture which impresses the subconscious mind. They use the symbols of the rock, sheep, shepherds, vineyard, lamp, and hundreds of others. It would be interesting to know how many symbols are used in the Bible. The arm also symbolizes strength, and we can look at symbols. Symbols have been since the beginning of man. We've used these in religious texts, the tarot deck, hieroglyphs, everything. Symbols impress the subconscious mind, okay? The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he shall thrust out the enemy from before these, and shall say, destroy them. Who is the enemy before thee? The negative thought forms which you have built up in your subconscious mind. A man's enemies are only those of his own household. The everlasting arms thrust out these enemy thoughts and destroy them. Have you ever felt the relief of getting out of some negative thought form? Right? When you've been like thinking bad all day or whatever, and you suddenly realize what kind of crazy thought spiral you're in, and you just try to get yourself snapped out as fast as possible. This is what she's talking about. Perhaps you have built up a thought form of resentment until you are always boiling with anger about something. You resent people you know, people you don't know, people in the past, and people in the present, and you may be sure that the people in the future won't escape your wrath. All of the organs of the body are affected by resentment, for when you resent with every organ of the body. You pay the penalty with rheumatism, arthritis, neuritis, etc. For acid thoughts produce acid in the blood. All this trouble comes because you are fighting the battle, not leaving it to the long arm of God. I have given the following statement to many of my students. The long arm of God reaches out over people and conditions, controlling this situation and protecting my interest. This is a really great protection affirmation as well if you're dealing with people who are very not so nice in any environment you're in. And this actually is a really great protection prayer affirmation to say. This brings a picture of a long arm symbolizing strength and protection. With the realization of the power of the long arm of God, you would no longer resist or resent. You would relax and let go. The enemy thoughts within you would be destroyed. Therefore, the adverse conditions would disappear. They just move. People, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they are. They will move out of your life quickly. Okay? Spiritual development means the ability to stand still or stand aside and let infinite intelligence lift your burdens and fight your battles. When the burden of resentment is lifted, you experience a sense of relief. You have a kindly feeling for everyone, and all the organs of your body begin to function properly. This is why when you've just been angry and mad all the time and you just feel sick and backaches, and when you let that go and start thinking peaceful and prosperous and kind thoughts, your body will heal. Your body will heal. It will heal itself, okay? A clipping quoting Albert Edward Day reads, "That loving our enemies is good for our spiritual health is widely known and accepted, but that negation and poisonous emotions destroy physical health is relatively new discovery." The problem of health is often an emotional one. Wrong emotions entertained and repeated are potent causes of illness. When the preacher talks about loving your enemy, the man on the street is apt to dismiss the idea as undurable and pious. But the fact is, the preacher is telling you something, which is the first laws of hygiene as well as ethics. No man, even for his body's sake, can afford to indulge in hatred. It is like a repeated dose of poison. When you are urged to get rid of fear, you are not listening to a moonstruck idealist. Rather, you are hearing counsel that is as significant for your health as it is about advice about diet. This is so true. In every religion, it talks about how poisonous hatred thoughts are, and this is another thing about letting go. You have to, even if someone has done you so terribly, terribly wrong, that it is unfathomable that you could even put them in your existence at all. It is so important to let it go. It will take care of itself. But you are seeking revenge is not the way, because it only hurts you, and it hurts you in a big way. It stops your prosperity. It hurts your health. I mean, it just diminishes everything that is good for you. It stops it like a cement 5-mile thick concrete wall. You don't want that for yourself. We hear so much about a balanced diet, but without a balanced mind, you can't digest what you eat, calories or no calories. Non-resistance is an art. When acquired, the world is yours. So many people are trying to force situations. Lasting good will never come through forcing personal will. Flee from the things which flee from thee. Seek nothing, fortune seeketh thee. Behold his shadow on the floor. Behold him standing at the door. So when you're like, I want money, and you're out here hustling, and not saying working for something is not good. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, when you are trying so hard, when you are trying to make money, it will run from you as fast as it can. You're repelling it. When you're not trying to find it and you're at peace knowing that you're going to get it, it will stick to you like glue. I do not know the author of these lines. Lovelock, the celebrated English athlete, was asked how to attain his speed and endurance in running. He replied, "Learn to relax. Let us attain this rest in action." He was most relaxed when he was running the fastest. Your big opportunity and big success usually slide in when you least expect it, right? That's usually how a lot of good things come into our lives, and we're not even expecting it, right? We're relaxed, we're not looking for it, we're not seeking it, we're not on the phone, online looking for it. It just finds us, right? You have to let go long enough for the great law of attraction to operate. You never saw a worried and anxious magnet. It stands up straight and hasn't a care in the world because it knows the needles can't help jumping to it. The things we desire come to pass when we have taken the clutch off. I say in my correspondence course, do not let your heart's desire become a heart's disease. You are completely demagnetized when you desire something too intensely. You worry, you fear, and agonize. There is an occult law of indifference. None of these things move me. Your ships come in over a don't care sea. So when you're not fretting, when you're not up all night thinking how many ways can you bring it to you and how can you get it and who's going to do it, when you let it go and you just affirm what you know to be true and good, that's all you need. That's it. Many people, in truth, antagonize friends because they are too anxious for them to read the books and go to the lectures. They meet opposition. A friend took my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, to her brother's house to read. The young men of the family refused to read it. No nut stuff for them. One of these young men drives a taxi cab. One night he drove a taxi which belonged to another man. And going over the car, he found a book stuffed away somewhere. It was The Game of Life and How to Play It. The next day he said to his aunt, "I found Mrs. Shinn's book in the taxi last night. I read it and it's great. There's a lot of good reading in it. Why doesn't she write another book?" God works in roundabout ways his wonders to perform. I met unhappy people and a few grateful and contented people. A man said to me one day, "I have a great deal to be thankful for. I have good health, enough money, and I'm still single." The 89th Psalm is very interesting, for we find that two individuals take part. The man who sings the psalm, for psalms are songs and poems, and the Lord God of hosts answers them. It is a song of praise and thanksgiving, extolling the strong arm of God. So when you're always out there, when you just, if there is nothing else you can say but thank you, just say thank you. Just say thank you with happiness, because the universe knows what your heart wants, and it knows it. Your higher self knows what you really want. You don't have to beat it to death and wrestle it and say, "I need to tell you for the 965,000th time what I want today." You don't need to do that. Just give thanks that it's happening and thanks that it's here, because it is. If you want it, it's manifested. It's yours. You have to let it go and give thanks that it's coming in perfect ways. And I think all of us can say, we are impatient. We are a society of give it to me now. I need to see things now. I want things to happen now. We have to learn patience. We have to learn to trust. We have to learn to know that everything is working out for us in the best way possible. I will sing of the mercies of the Lord forever. O Lord God of hosts, who is a strong Lord like unto thee? Thou hast a mighty arm, strong is thy hand, and is high on thy right hand. Then the Lord of hosts replies, "With whom my hand shall be established, mine arm also shall strengthen him. My mercy will keep for him forevermore, and my covenant shall stand fast with him." We only hear the words forevermore in the Bible and fairy tales. In the absolute, man is outside of time and space. His good is from everlasting to everlasting. The fairy tales come down from the old Persian legends, which were founded upon truth. Aladdin and his wonderful lamp is the outpicturing of the Word. Aladdin rubbed the lamp, and all his desires came to pass. Your word is your lamp. Words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity and do not return void. A scientist has said that words are clothed in light. You are actually reaping the fruits of your words. A friend in one of my meetings said that she had brought a man to my class who had been out of work for a year or more. I gave the statement, "Now is the anointed time. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune." It clicked in his consciousness. Soon after, he was given a position which paid him $9,000 a year. And you guys have to remember, this is 1940, so that was quite a bit of money. A woman told me that when I blessed the offering, I said that each offering would return thousandfold. She had put $1 in the collection. She said with great realization, that dollar is blessed and returns $1,000. She received $1,000 a short time afterwards in a most unexpected way. Why do some people demonstrate this truth so much more quickly than others? It is because they have the ears to hear. Jesus Christ tells the parable of the man who sowed the seed and it fell upon good ground. The seed is the word. I say, listen for the statement that clicks, the statement that gives you realization. That statement will bear fruit. The other day, I went into a shop where I know the employer quite well. I had given one of his employees an affirmation card. I said to him jokingly, "I wouldn't waste an affirmation card on you. You wouldn't use it." He replied, "Oh, sure, give me one. I'll use it." The following week, I gave him a card. Before I left, he rushed up to me excitedly and said, "I made that statement and 2 new customers walked in." It was, "Now is the appointed time. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune." It had clicked. So many people use their words in exaggerated and reckless statements. I find a great deal of material for my talks in the beauty parlor. A young girl wanted a magazine to read. She called to the operator, "Give me something terribly new and frightfully exciting." All she wanted was the latest moving picture magazine. You hear people say, "I wish something terribly exciting would happen." They are inviting some unhappy but exciting experience into their lives. Then they wonder why it happened to them. There should be a chair of metaphysics in all colleges. Metaphysics is the wisdom of the ages. It is the ancient wisdom taught all through the centuries in India and Egypt and Greece. Hermes Trismegistus was a great teacher of Egypt. His teachings were closely guarded and have come down to us over 10 centuries. He lived in Egypt in the days when the present race of men was in its infancy. But if you read the Kybalion carefully, you will find that he taught just what we are teaching today. He said that all mental states were accompanied by vibration. You combine with what you vibrate to. So let us now vibrate to success, happiness, and abundance. Now is the appointed time. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune. Next chapter, the fork in the road. Choose you this day whom ye will serve. Josh 24:15. Every day there is a necessity of choice, a fork in the road. Shall I do this or shall I do that? Shall I go or shall I stay? Many people do not know what to do. They rush about letting other people make decisions for them, then regret taking their advice. There are others who carefully reason things out. They weigh and measure the situation like dealing in groceries, and are surprised when they fail to attain their goal. There are still other people who follow the magic path of intuition and find themselves in the promised land in the twinkling of an eye. Intuition is a spiritual faculty high above the reasoning mind, but on that path is all that you desire or require. In my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, I give many examples of success attained through using this marvelous faculty. I say also that prayer is telephoning to God, and intuition is God telephoning to you. Correspondence course. So choose ye this day to follow the magic path of intuition. In my question and answer classes, I tell you how to cultivate intuition. In most people, it is a faculty which has remained dormant. So we say, "Awaken thou that hath sleepeth." Wake up to your leads and hunches. Wake up to the divinity within. Claude Bragdon said, "To live intuitively is to live fourth dimensionally." Now it is necessary for you to make a decision. You face a fork in the road. Ask for a definite, unmistakable lead, and you will receive it. We find many events to interpret metaphysically in the book of Joshua. After the death of Moses, the divine command came to Joshua. Now therefore arise, go over the Jordan, thou and all thy people, unto the land which I do give to them. Every place the sole of your feet shall tread upon, to you I have given it. The feet are the symbol of understanding, so it means metaphysically all that we understand stands under us in consciousness, and what is rooted there can never be taken from us. For the Bible goes on to say, there shall not any man be able to stand before all the days of thy life. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or the left, that thou mayest prosper wherever thou goest. So we find we have success through being strong and very courageous in following spiritual law. We are back again to the fork in the road, the necessity of choice. Choose you this day whom ye will serve, the intellect or divine guidance. A well-known man who has become a great power in the financial world said to a friend, I always follow intuition, and I am luck incarnate. Inspiration, which is divine guidance, is the most important thing in life. People come to truth meetings for inspiration. I find the right word will start divine activity operating in their affairs. A woman came to me with a complication of affairs. I said to her, let God juggle the situation. It clicked. She took the affirmation, I now let God juggle the situation. Almost immediately she rented a house, which had been vacant for a long time. Let God juggle every situation. For when you try to juggle the situation, you drop all the balls. In my question and answer classes, I would be asked, how do you let God juggle a situation? And what do you mean when you say, I should not juggle it? You juggle with the intellect. The intellect would say, times are hard, no activity in real estate, don't expect anything until the fall of 1958. With spiritual law, there is only the now. Before you call, you are answered, for time and space are but a dream, and your blessings is there waiting for you to release it by faith and the word. Choose you this day whom ye will serve. Is it fear or faith? In every act prompted by fear lies the germ of its own defeat. It takes much strength and courage to trust God. We often trust Him in little things, but when it comes to a big situation, we feel we better had to attend to ourselves. Then comes defeat and failure. The following extract from a letter which I received from a woman in the West shows how conditions can change in the twinkling of an eye. I've had the pleasure reading your wonderful book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. I have 4 boys, 10, 13, 15, and 17, and thought how wonderful for them to grasp it in their early life and be able to get things which are theirs by divine right. The lady who let me read her copy gave me other things to read, but it seemed when I picked this book up, it was magnetic, and I could not let go of it. After reading, I realized I was trying to live divinely, but did not understand the law, or I would have been much further advanced. At first, I thought it quite hard to find a place in the business world, so after many years of being a mother, but I've got this statement. God makes a way where there is no way, and He did that very thing for me. I am grateful for my position and smile when people say, how do you do it? Manage 4 growing boys, a home, after all the times you have been hospitalized with such major operations and none of your relatives near you. I have that statement in my book. God makes a way where there is no way. God made a way for her in business when all her friends said it couldn't be done. The average person will tell you almost anything can't be done. I had an example of this the other day. In a shop, I found a delightful little silver drupillator, which would make just 1 cup of anything. I showed it to some friends with enthusiasm, thinking it so very cute, and one said, "It will never work." The other said, "If it belonged to me, I'd throw it away." I stood up for the little drupillator, and I said I knew it would work, which it did. My friends were simply typical of the average person who says, "It can't be done." All big ideas meet with opposition. Do not let other people rock your boat. Follow the path of wisdom and understanding, and turn not from the right hand or the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. In the 13th verse of the 24th chapter of Joshua, we read a remarkable statement. "And I have given you a land for which ye did not labor, and cities which ye did not build, and ye dwell in them. Of the vineyards and olive yards which ye planted, do ye eat." This man shows that man cannot earn anything. His blessings come as gifts. Gifts, lest any man shall boast. With the realization of wealth, we receive the gift of wealth. That's why we have to put wealth into our consciousness 24/7. We can't let things go or worry about it, because if we stray off that path, it is going to start looking like a joggled question to the universe. So the universe is going to start juggling whether we should have it or not, because we're juggling it mentally. So this is why it's important to stay on the path and never waver. With the realization of success, we receive the gifts of success. For success and abundance are states of mind. This statement is key gold in this one little sentence. They're states of mind, which mean if we live in the fact that we have abundance, and sometimes you can do little things, even when it seems like there is no way. If you have some cash, put it on a table where you see it all the time, and every time you walk by it, instead of thinking, I only have this few little dollars or whatever, walk by and bless it. Say, thank you, I have so much money. I always have money. Recognize it as a state of wealth, and soon that will become in your being. I mean, you just continually say it and realize it and see it. Or look at things, pictures, don't look at them with want. Look at them with thanks. I am so lucky to have this. I am so fortunate, and it's going to come to me in divine ways. And it can be a picture of anything. It can be a pair of designer sunglasses. It can be a boat. It doesn't matter. It's you giving thanks in your state of mind that you already have it. And if you're good on the computer, if you're a little tech savvy, Photoshop yourself standing beside the car of your dreams, or make a collage. There's lots of free apps that you can download on your phone that are free. Make a collage of pictures of things that you want. Have them printed out. You can even have them printed out on really nice photo paper, like at the drugstore. I think Walgreens has a printing selection. Have it printed out if you don't have a printer at home, so you have a beautiful, crisp, clean picture. Or just make a vision board on your phone, and then keep it as a screensaver. So anytime you look at your phone, you're always looking at it. There's so many ways to keep it in your state of mind all the time. For it is the Lord our God, He it is, that brought us up, and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. The land of Egypt stands for darkness, the house of bondage, where man is a slave to his doubts and fears, and his beliefs in lack and limitation, the result of having followed the wrong fork in the road. Misfortune is due to failure to stick to the things which the Spirit has revealed through intuition. All big things have been accomplished by men who stuck to their big ideas. Henry Ford was past middle age when the idea of the Ford car came to him. He had great difficulty in raising the money. His friends thought it was a crazy idea. His father said to him tearfully, "Henry, why do you give up a good $25 a week job in order to chase a crazy idea?" But no one could rock Henry Ford's boat. So in order to come out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, we must make the right decisions. Follow the right fork in the road. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand nor to the left, that thou mayest prosper, whithersoever thou goest. So as we reach the fork in the road today, let us fearlessly follow the voice of intuition. The Bible calls it the small voice. Then came a voice behind me saying, "This is the way, walk ye within it." On this path is the good, already prepared for you. You will find the land for which ye did not labor, and the cities which ye built not, and ye dwell in them. Of the vineyards and olive yards which ye planted not, do ye eat. And the quote for this to end is, "I am divinely led. I follow the right fork in the road. God makes a way where there is no way." Next chapter, Crossing your Red Sea. Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. Exodus 14:15. One of the most dramatic stories of the Bible is the episode of the children of Israel crossing the Red Sea. Moses was leading them out of the land of Egypt, where they were kept in bondage and slavery. They were being pursued by the Egyptians. The children of Israel, like most people, did not enjoy trusting God. They did a lot of murmuring. They said to Moses, "Is not this the word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness." And Moses said unto the people, "Fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord, which ye will show you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace." We might say that Moses pounded faith into the children of Israel. They preferred being slaves to their old doubts and fears, for Egypt stands for darkness, than to take their giant swing into faith and pass through the wilderness to their promised land. There is indeed a wilderness to pass through before your promised land is reached. The old doubts and fears encamp round about you, but there is always someone to tell you to go forward. There is always a Moses on your pathway. Sometimes it is a friend, sometimes intuition. And the Lord said to Moses, "Wherefore thou criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. But thou up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea." This is a great parable because the ocean is basically a metaphor for any kind of insurmountable block in your life. The parting of it is when you walk through it with no harm being done to you through faith. So it doesn't matter what is coming your way. It doesn't matter what is in your vision right now. You can walk through that without a scratch, but you have to have divine faith. Okay. "And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night. And he made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went to the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued, and went in after them in the midst of the sea, even all the Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the sea, that the waters may come upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned. And the Egyptians fled against it, and the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And all the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen, and all the hosts of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. Now remember, the Bible is talking about the individual. It is talking about your wilderness, your Red Sea, and your promised land. Each one of you has a promised land, a heart's desire, but you have been so enslaved by the Egyptians, which is metaphorical for your negative thoughts. It seems very far away and is too good to be true. You consider trusting God a very risky proposition. The wilderness might provide worse than the Egyptians. And how do you know your promised land really exists? The reasoning mind will always back up the Egyptians. And that's your ego. That's how you got to let go of that egoic consciousness. And again, the ego is not a bad thing. It's a self-preservation built-in tool. But it's not what we need to lean on when we are making big decisions in life, or we have a challenge we need to get through, or we want to be led in the correct path, because the ego is not going to steer us in the correct path. The ego is just our reasoning mind, and it only gives us a very limited view of what we can see. And how do you know your promised land really exists? The reasoning mind will always back up the Egyptians, but sooner or later something says, go forward. It is usually circumstances, and you are driven to it. I give the example of a student. She is a very marvelous pianist and had great success abroad. She came back with a book full of press clippings and a happy heart. A relative took an interest in her and said she would back her financially for a concert tour. They chose a manager who took charge of the expenses and attended to her bookings. After a concert or two, there were no more funds. The manager had taken them. They chose a manager, and my friend was left stranded, desolate, and disappointed. This was about the time she came to me. She hated the man, and it was making her ill. She had very little money and could only afford a cheerless room where her hands were often too cold to practice. She was indeed in bondage to the Egyptians, which in terms was her hate, resentment, and lack in limitation. Someone brought her to one of my meetings, and she spoke to me and told me her story. I said, in the first place, you must stop hating that man. When you are able to forgive him, your success will come back to you. You are taking your initiation in forgiveness. It seemed a pretty big order, but she tried and came regularly to all my meetings. In the meantime, the relative had started a suit to recover the money. Time went on and it never came to court. My friend had a call to go to California. She was no longer disturbed by the situation and had forgiven the man. Suddenly, after about 4 years, she was notified that the case had come to court. She called me upon her arrival in New York and asked me to speak the word for rightness and justice. They went at the time appointed, and it was all settled out of court, the man restoring the money by monthly payments. She came to me overflowing with joy, for she said, I hadn't the least resentment towards the man. He was amazed when I greeted him cordially. Her relative said that all the money was to go to her, so she found herself with a big bank account. Now she will soon reach her promised land. She came out of her house of bondage, of hate and resentment, and crossed her Red Sea. Her goodwill towards the man caused the waters to pass, and she crossed over on dry land. Dry land symbolizes something substantial under your feet, the feet symbolizing understanding. Moses stands out as one of the greatest figures in biblical history. It came to Moses to move from Egypt with his nation. The task before him was not only the unwillingness of Pharaoh to let go of those whom he had made into profitable slaves, but also to stimulate to open rebellion with this nation which had lost its initiative under the hardships of its taskmasters. It required extraordinary genius to meet this condition, which Moses possessed with self-abnegation and the courage of his own convictions. Self-abnegation. He was called the meekest of men. We have often heard the expression, as meek as Moses. He was so meek towards the commands of the Lord that he became one of the strongest of men. The Lord said to Moses, Lift up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it, and the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. So, never doubting, he said to the children of Israel, Go forward. This was a daring thing to do, to lead multiple people into the sea. Having perfect faith, they would not drown. Behold the miracle. So we're going to this metaphorically. This was a big, huge leap. And this is just proving that it doesn't matter how big or daunting the task at hand or what you're trying to receive is. It doesn't matter. Just perfect faith in your mind and keeping control of your mind will keep you on track and will give you anything you want. And after you trust, miracles will follow. It's only the thing that keeps the miracle away is the scarcity and lack and being scared it won't work. That's what holds it back. Because our miracles, a lot of times don't even have to take as long as they do to get to us. It's because we are floundering and fearing. The Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. Now remember, this could happen for you this very day. Think of your problem. Maybe you've lost your initiative from living so long as a slave to Pharaoh. That's metaphorical for your doubts, fears, and discouragements. Say to yourself, go forward. Say that the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind. Well, we will think of the strong east wind as a strong affirmation. Take a vital statement of truth. For example, if your problem is a financial one, say, my supply comes from God, and big, happy financial surprises now come to me under grace in perfect ways. This statement is a good one, for it contains the element of mystery. We are told that God works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. We might say in surprising ways. Now that you have made your statement for supply, you have caused the east wind to blow. So walk up to your Red Sea of lack and limitation. The way to walk up to your Red Sea is to do something to show your fearlessness. I will tell you the story of a student who had an invitation to visit friends at a very fashionable summer resort. She had been living in the country for a long time, grown heavier, and nothing fitted her but her Girl Scout suit. Suddenly she received the invitation. It meant evening clothes, slippers, accessories, none of which she had, and no money to buy them. She came to me. I said, "What is your hunch?" She replied, "I feel very fearless. I have the hunch to go anyway." So she squeezed herself into something to travel in and went. When she arrived at her friend's house, she was greeted warmly, but her hostess said with some embarrassment, "Maybe what I've done will hurt you, but there are some evening clothes and slippers I never wear which I have put in your room. Won't you make use of them?" My friend assured her she would be delighted, and everything fitted perfectly. She had indeed walked up to her Red Sea and passed over dry land. The waters of my Red Sea and I pass over on dry land, and I now go forward into my promised land. Next chapter, the watchman at the gate. Also I set watchmen over you, saying, Hearken to the sound of the trumpet. Jeremiah 6:17. We must all have a watchman at the gate of our thoughts. The watchman at the gate is the superconscious mind. We have the power to choose our thoughts. Since we have lived in the race thought for thousands of years, it seems almost impossible to control them. They rush through our minds like stampeding cattle or sheep. But a single sheepdog can control the frightened sheep and guide them into the sheep pen. I saw a picture in the newsreels of a shepherd dog controlling the sheep. He had rounded up all but 3. These 3 resisted and resented. They bowed and lifted their front feet in protest, but the dog simply sat down in front and never took his eyes off of them. He did not bark or threaten. He just sat and looked with determination. In a little while the sheep tossed their heads and went into the pen. We can learn to control our thoughts in the same way, by gentle determination, not force. We take an affirmation and repeat it continually while our thoughts are on the rampage. We cannot always control our thoughts, but we can control our words, and repetition impresses the subconscious, and we are then master of the situation. In the 6th chapter of Jeremiah, we read, "I set a watchman over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet." Your success and happiness in life depends upon the watchman at the gate, for your thoughts sooner or later crystallize on the external. People think by running away from a negative situation they will be rid of it, but the same situation confronts them wherever they go. They will meet the same experiences until they have learned their lessons. The idea is brought out in the moving picture The Wizard of Oz. The little girl, Dorothy, is very unhappy because the mean woman in the village wants to take away her dog Toto. She goes in despair to confide in her Aunt Em and Uncle Henry, but they are too busy to listen and tell her to run along. She says to Toto, "There is somewhere a wonderful place high above the skies where everyone is happy and no one is mean. How she would love to be there." A Kansas cyclone suddenly comes along, and she and Toto are lifted up high in the sky and land in the country of Oz. Everything seems delightful at first, but she soon has the same old experiences. The mean old woman of the village has turned into a terrible witch and is still trying to get Toto from her. How she wishes she were back in Kansas. She is told to find the Wizard of Oz. He is the all-powerful and will grant her request. She starts off to find his palace in the Emerald City. On the way, she meets a scarecrow. He is so unhappy because he hasn't had a brain. She meets a man made of tin, who is unhappy because he doesn't have a heart. She meets a lion who is unhappy because he has no courage. She cheers them up by saying, "We'll all go to the Wizard of Oz, and he'll give us what we want." The scarecrow a brain, the tin man a heart, and the lion courage. They encounter terrible experiences, for the bad witch is determined to capture Dorothy and take away Toto and the ruby slippers which protect her. At last they reach the Emerald Palace of the Wizard of Oz. They ask for an audience, but are told no one has ever seen the Wizard of Oz, who lives mysteriously in the palace. But through the influence of the Good Witch of the North, they enter the palace. There they discover that the wizard is just a fake magician from Dorothy's hometown in Kansas. They are all in despair because their wishes cannot be granted. But then the Good Witch shows them that their wishes are already granted. The Scarecrow has developed a brain by having to decide what to do in the experiences he has encountered. The Tin Man finds a heart because he loves Dorothy, and the Lion becomes courageous because he had to show courage in his many adventures. The Good Witch from the North says to Dorothy, "What have you learned from your experiences?" And Dorothy replies, "I have learned that my heart's desire is in my own home and in my front yard." So the Good Witch waves her wand, and Dorothy is at home again. She wakes up and finds that the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Lion are the men who work on her uncle's farm. They are so glad to have her back. This story teaches you that if you run away from your problems, they will run after you. Be undisturbed by a situation, and it will fall away from its own weight. There is an occult law of indifference. None of these things move me. None of these things disturb me, we might say in modern language. When you can no longer be disturbed, all disturbance will disappear from the external. So when you have a huge issue at hand and you don't know how to handle it, you just affirm it falling away on its own weight by just claiming it that it is taken care of. You have to just claim that it is taken care of by God, or however you want to say it. If you don't want to say the word God, you can say whatever. But just claim that it has fallen away in its own weight, and let the universe work its magic. And you don't have to sit there and figure out how it is done. You just need to trust that it's done, and then let it go. don't keep looking at it. It's not, and if it's a problem that is beyond your resolve, you just don't know how to, if it involves a lot of other people, it doesn't matter. Claim that it is taken care of. Claim that it is, taken away out of your life or whatever, and then leave it. Let it go. When your eyes have seen your teachers disappear, meaning when you've learned your lesson, when you've learned what you were supposed to do, you will no longer get that lesson. Have you noticed that you've come across situations and it can be different people, but it's the same type of person? They look different, but it is the same type of response or action, because it is the lesson you have to learn. Once you learn it, it will not come back in your life. Okay? I set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. A trumpet is a musical instrument used in olden time to draw people's attention to something, to victory, to order. You will form the habit of giving attention to every thought and word when you realize their importance. The imagination, the scissors of the mind, is constantly cutting out the events to come into your life. Many people are cutting out fear pictures, seeing things which are not divinely planned. With the single eye, man sees only the truth. He sees through evil, knowing that out of it comes good. He transmutes injustice into justice and disarms his seeming enemy by sending goodwill. We read in mythology of the Cyclops, a race of giants said to have inhabited Sicily. These giants had only one eye in the middle of the forehead. The seat of the imagining faculty is situated in the forehead between the eyes. So she's talking about your third eye. So these fabled giants came from this idea. You are indeed a giant when you have a single eye. Then every thought will be a constructive thought, and every word a word of power. Let the third eye be the watchman at the gate. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body is full of light. So this parable right here, or this passage right here, is talking about your third eye. When you come from that source, and your words are on point with what you're saying all the time. And it's so easy to land in a situation of talking to someone about something that is that lowers our vibration. We have to be so careful. When the single eye of your body will be transformed into your spiritual body, the body electric made in God's likeness and imagination. By seeing clearly the perfect plan, we could redeem the world. With our inner eye seeing a world of peace and joy and plenty. Judge not by appearances, judge righteous judgment. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. So this is all talking about if we were all in a higher state of consciousness, we would not even be considering the idea of war. We would not be even considering the idea of racism. We would not be even considering the idea of injustice. And everything would be at peace. The occult law of indifference means that you are undisturbed by adverse appearances. You hold steadily to the constructive thought, which wins out. And I love saying, I even have a little sticker, little plaque said, remember to be unbothered. Just be unbothered. And I know it's easier said than done, because we are very reactionary to things. When you remain unbothered, your vibration never takes a hit. Nothing can get to you because you are not attracting it into you. And everything works out smoothly. The state of being unbothered is magical. It's magic, and it's free. Everything that we can do to raise our life doesn't cost one penny. It's all in our mind. That's what's so crazy. Spiritual law transcends the law of karma. This is the attitude of mind which must be held by the healer or practitioner towards his patient. Indifferent to appearances of lack, loss, or sickness, he brings about the change in mind, body, and affairs. Let me quote from the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. The keynote is one of rejoicing. It gives a picture of the individual freed from negative thinking. That is a gift in itself. When you are freed from the vice of negative thinking, your entire world changes. And I can't stress this enough. And I'm going to say this again. When you are freed from the vice of negative thinking, your entire world will change. It will change financially. It will change socially. You will get rid of the people. They will just fall. It's amazing, and it's happened to me in my life. People just leave. They just stop talking to you one day. I'm not even, it's unreal how this happens, and it's true. People will just start falling away by their own weight. You don't have to have an argument or a fight. Nothing that's going to bring down your vibration. They just literally fall away. Let me quote from the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. The keynote is one of rejoicing. It gives a picture of the individual freed from negative thinking. For there shall be a day that the watchmen upon the Mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion unto the Lord our God. The watchman at the gate neither slumbers nor sleeps. It is the eye which watches over Israel. By the individual living in a world of negative thought is not conscious of this inner eye. He may occasionally have flashes of intuition or illumination, then he falls back into a world of chaos. It takes determination and eternal vigilance to check up on words and thoughts. Thoughts of fear, failure, resentment, and ill will must be dissolved and dissipated. Take up the statement, Every plant my Father in heaven has not planted shall be rooted up. This gives you a vivid picture of rooting up weeds in a garden. They are thrown aside and dry up because they are without soil to nourish them. You nourish negative thoughts by giving them your attention. Use the occult law of indifference and refuse to be interested. And I know this seems a little... Soon you will starve out the army of the aliens. Divine ideas will crowd your consciousness. False ideas fade away, and you will desire only that which God desires through you. So, this is literally when you don't entertain any thoughts, when you don't think about any kind of negative thought, it literally dissolves. And in its place, when you put faith and determination, and you have to use the power of your spoken word with it, you can think it out loud, but usually when you're in a place by yourself, because I know some people find it weird to say things out loud in front of other people, there's somewhere you can always go to be by yourself, even if it's in the car, if it's in the bathroom, wherever you have to go. Go on a walk. I like to take walks, and when I get outside, I go to places where there's really no one around, and I love it. I feel like it's really, you're powerful anywhere you are, but it feels like when you're in nature, you just have that 10 times more power coming to you. So you can just say it out loud. Say it as you're walking. Go for a walk in the evening. It depends on the weather and things, but go for a walk. Say it out loud and really feel it. Really feel it in your soul. Soon you will starve out the army of the aliens. Divine ideas will crowd your consciousness. False ideas fade away. And you will desire only that which God desires through you. So you will not be desiring anything that God does not desire through you. And I'm not talking about just, little things like what to wear. That's kind of an egoic thing. So the ego isn't all bad. But you really will make good choices wherever you are. You will make choices on how to eat. You will make choices on where to go. It will be divine. It will not just be random, flippant actions anymore. Everything is leading to a beautiful path for you. The Chinese have a proverb. The philosopher leaves the cut of his coat to the tailor. Divine idea, divine mind, that's your tailor. Would you try to make your own coat, or would you go to someone who makes coats? It's what they're saying. That's ego. Okay? So leave the plan of your life to the divine designer, and you will find all conditions permanently perfect. Permanently. And it's when we react and get upset and have a fit or whatever, then we find some things rolling down the hill we don't want. The ground I am on is holy ground. I now expand rapidly into the divine plan of my life, where all conditions are permanently perfect. Next chapter, the way of abundance. Then shall thou lay upon gold as dust. Job 22:24. The way of abundance is a one-way street. As the old saying is, there are no two ways about it. You are either heading for lack or heading for abundance. The man with a rich consciousness and the man with a poor consciousness are not walking on the same mental street. There is a lavish supply, divinely planned for each individual. The rich man is tapping it, for rich thoughts produce rich surroundings. Change your thoughts, and in the twinkling of an eye, all your conditions change. Your world is a world of crystallized ideas, crystallized words. Sooner or later, you reap the fruits of your words and thoughts. Words are bodies or forces which move spirally and return in due season to cross the lives of their creators. People who are always talking lack and limitation reap lack and limitation. You cannot enter the kingdom of abundance bemoaning your lot. I know a woman who had always been limited in her ideas of prosperity. She was continually making her old clothes do instead of buying new clothes. She was very careful of what money she had, and she was always advising her husband not to spend so much. She said repeatedly, I don't want anything I can't afford. She couldn't afford much, so she didn't have much. Suddenly her whole world cracked up. Her husband left her, weary of her nagging and limited thoughts. She was in despair when one day she came across a book on metaphysics. It explained the power of thoughts and words. She realized that she had invited every unhappy experience by wrong thinking. She laughed heartily at her mistakes and decided to profit by them. She determined to prove the law of abundance. She used what money she had, fearlessly, to show her faith in her invisible supply. She relied upon God as the source of her prosperity. She no longer voiced lack and limitation. She kept herself feeling and looking prosperous. Her old friends scarcely recognized her. She had swung into the way of abundance. More money came to her than she ever had before. Unheard of doors opened. Amazing channels were freed. She became very successful in a work she had no training for. She found herself on miracle ground. What happened? She had changed the quality of her words and thoughts. She had taken God into her confidence and into all of her affairs. She had many 11th hour demonstrations, but her supply always came, for she dug her ditches and gave thanks without wavering. And what Florence Scovel Shinn is talking about here, about 11th hour demonstrations, there's a quote in the Bible about 11th hour, meaning kind of down, it can be the very last, down to the very last minute, and you can receive your miracle right before you need it. It's kind of like when we say by the skin of our teeth, it's kind of like that kind of little saying where when people say, I found my miracle in my 11th hour. That's kind of what that means. So you can't judge it, even if something is looking like it. You are down to the last day, the last minute. You don't waver your faith. You don't let it waver, because things can happen in the blink of an eye, and you won't even recognize where it's coming from, and you will have it right before you need it. It's happened to me time and time again. Someone called me up recently and said, I am looking desperately for a position. I replied, don't look desperately for it. Look for it with praise and thanksgiving. For Jesus Christ, the greatest of metaphysics, said to pray with praise and thanksgiving. Praise and thanksgiving opens the gates, for expectancy always wins. Of course, the law is impersonal, and a dishonest person with rich thoughts will attract riches. But a thing ill got has ever bad success, as Shakespeare says. It will be of short duration, and it will not bring happiness. We have only to read the papers to see that the way of the transgressor is hard. That is the reason it is so necessary to make your demands a right on the universal supply, and ask for what is yours by divine right and under grace in a perfect way. Some people attract prosperity, but others cannot hold it. Sometimes their heads are turned, and sometimes they lose it through fear and worry. A friend in one of my question and answer classes told this story. Some people in his hometown, who had always been poor, suddenly struck oil in their backyard. It brought great riches. The father joined the country club and went in for golf. He was no longer young. The exercise was too much for him, and he dropped dead on the links. This filled the whole family with fear. They all decided they might have heart trouble, so they are now in bed with trained nurses watching every heartbeat. In the race thought, people must worry about something. They no longer worried about money, so they shifted their worries to health. The old idea was that you can't have everything. If you got one less thing, you'd lose another. People are always saying, your luck won't last. It's too good to be true. Jesus Christ said, in the world thought, there is tribulation. But be of good cheer. I have overcome the world, which is thought. In the superconscious, or Christ conscious within, there is a lavish supply for every demand, and your good is perfect and permanent. If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up in consciousness. Thou shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacles. Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust, the gold of the Ophir as the stones of the brooks. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and shalt have plenty of silver. What a picture of opulence! The result of returning to the Almighty in consciousness. For the average person who has thought in terms of lack for a long time, it is very difficult to build up a rich consciousness. I have a student who has attracted great success by making the statement, I am the daughter of the King. My rich Father now pours out his abundance upon me. I am the daughter of the King. Everything makes way for me. Many people put up with limited conditions because they are too lazy, mentally, to think themselves out of them. You must have a great desire for financial freedom. You must feel yourself rich. You must see yourself rich. You must continually prepare for riches. Become as a little child and make believe you are rich. You are then impressing the subconscious with expectancy. And she's talking about, how when we're children and we were in our play zone and when we were playing with our dolls or whatever, our trucks or whatever, we were in that place. We were in that scenario. And that's why everything, when children are playing, you will see that nothing around them matters, because they have tapped into this creative consciousness, and that is what they are in. They are in their zone. So you have to get in this zone, and this is the biggest thing. You are walking in the zone of where you are expecting to be now. You cannot look at things around you and say, oh, it's this and that. You have to look around as if you were already there. And I know you're thinking, well, how can I do that? How can I look around and see that I'm already here? When everything around me looks, whether you are in a very bad place you don't want to live in, whether you are, you look in your bank account and you see a number in red instead of a number in black. When you look around and you focus on that, this is what I'm experiencing, you are staying in the state of where you're at now. The best way I have noticed to come out of that zone and not see what's going on is to close your eyes and walk. You can walk wherever you're at through the house, and you're looking, but you're looking through your third eye, your open consciousness. Turn your head back and forth through the room and feel what it would be like to be in your home that you want. Or go outside and look, have your eyes closed. Open the door and turn your head and look and see that car in the driveway. That's one of my techniques. I like it because a lot of people who have a hard time putting yourself in first person and not looking at yourself as a movie, because when you lay there and imagine it, you're imagining it. You're putting it out there, and not saying it won't happen. It won't happen to you, but you're projecting it as a movie. So when you see it, you are seeing it as a movie. So when you continually see people driving, like say you want a brand new Corvette. You want this Corvette. You see this Corvette. And you picture, when you close your eyes, you picture this Corvette. And you look at yourself driving it all around town. And then you start seeing people all around town driving a Corvette. And let's just say specifically you want a red Corvette. You start seeing people driving red Corvettes everywhere. Some say this is a sign that it's coming to you. I sometimes think this is just your projections are now going out, and you're watching the movie. You're watching other people drive around in a car, right? Because you watched someone driving it in a car. Even though it was you were picturing it, it's like watching someone else, and that's why you're seeing other people driving it. You have to go within, close your eyes. This is the technique I use. Close your eyes and look down at your hands and see the keys in your hand. And Google, on Pinterest is a great one. Google like a key fob they would give you with a Corvette. Google that, print that out, and look at that picture. And then so you have a vivid picture of what a Corvette key fob would look like. And then open up your hand, keeping your eyes closed, look down in your hand and look at that key fob with the key on it. And then close your hands around it, feel the metal, feel the ring, move it around in your fingers. Do you see how this is so much different than just picturing it out loud? Because then you go outside and you walk out and you'll see 5 people driving red Corvettes. So picturing things, it's a skill. It's a tricky skill, but when you learn exactly how to do it, when you're being it and not observing it, this is the game changer. Because a lot of people talking about vision boards and manifesting and everything. Vision boards is great, but if you don't use these three things, if you don't use the power of your word and the power of your vision, and then the power of actively moving with that thought in mind, you have to have those three things. You have to have those three things and go what's even better. Like say you do want a dream car. Let's say you do want a red Corvette. Go to a dealership and test drive a red Corvette. The exact model you want. Because you have to be specific too. Because if you just say I want a red Corvette, you could have someone, it could be some kind of, thing, but you could have someone come and offer you a Corvette, and it could be something like a beat up, or it could be somebody could abandon a red Corvette in front of your house, and it's like this beat up Corvette from 1981, and it's messed up and it's jacked up, but it's in front of your house. Do you know what I mean? You have to be specific, because the universe is not trying to play jokes and tricks. It does not do that. It doesn't know how to do that. It only knows specific thoughts and energy. That's it. Okay? You have to be specific. You have to be like, I want a 2020 XYZ Corvette. Go online, look it up, print out the picture, and keep that in your mind's eye. Because when you just say, I want a red Corvette, the universe will bring you that. Or somebody will give you a keychain with a red Corvette. You know what I mean? Or a birthday card has a red Corvette on it. You will manifest it. You will get it. But it won't be the way you want it. So be specific. Be specific in your thoughts and emotion. That's the big three keys. Many people put up with limited conditions because they are too lazy mentally to think themselves out of them. You must have a great desire for financial freedom. You must feel yourself rich. You must see yourself rich. You must continually prepare for riches. Be as a little child and make believe you are rich. You are then impressing the subconscious with expectancy. The imagination is man's workshop, the scissors of the mind, where he is constantly cutting out the events of his life. The superconscious is the realm of inspiration, revelation, illumination, and intuition. Intuition is usually known as a hunch. I do not apologize for the word hunch anymore. It is now in Webster's latest dictionary. I had a hunch to look up hunch, and there it was. The superconscious is the realm of perfect ideas. The great genius captures his thoughts from the superconscious. Without the vision, imagination, my people perish. When people have lost the power to image their good, they perish or go under. It is interesting to compare the translation of the French and English Bibles. In the 21st verse of the 72nd chapter of Job, we read, "Acquaint now thyself with him, and be at peace. Thereby good shall come unto thee." In the French Bible, we read, "Attach thyself to God, and you will have peace. Thou shalt thus enjoy happiness." The 23rd verse, "If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up. Thou shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacles." In the French translation we read, "Thou shalt be reestablished if thou turn to the Almighty, putting iniquity far off from your dwellings." In the 24th verse, we read a new and amazing translation. The English Bible reads, "Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust, and the gold of the Ophir as the stones of the brooks. The French Bible says, "Throw gold into the dust, the gold of Ophir amongst the pebbles of the torrents, and the Almighty shall be thy gold, thy silver, thy riches." This means if people are depending entirely on their visible supply, it is even better to throw it away and trust absolutely on the Almighty for gold, silver, and riches. I give an example of the story told me by a friend. A priest went to visit a nunnery in France, where they fed many children. One of the nuns, in despair, told the priest they had no food. The children must go hungry. She said that they had but one piece of silver, about the value of $0.25. They needed food and clothing. The priest said, "Give me the coin." She handed it to him, and he threw it out the window. "Now," he said, "rely entirely upon God." Within a short time, friends arrived with plenty of food and gifts of money. This does not mean throw away what money you have, but don't depend on it. Depend on your invisible supply, the bank of the imagination. And I love this. I love the bank of the imagination because it is infinite. And I love this term that Florence Scovel Shinn uses. The bank of the imagination. Let us now attach ourselves to God and have peace. For he shall be our gold, our silver, and our riches. The inspiration of the Almighty shall be my defense, and I shall have plenty of silver. Next chapter. I shall never want. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Psalms 23:1. The 23rd Psalm is best known of all the Psalms. We might say that it is the keynote to the message of the Bible. It tells the man he shall never want when he has realization or conviction that the Lord is his shepherd, the realization that infinite intelligence supplies every need. If you get this conviction today, every need will be met now and forevermore. You will draw instantly from the abundance of the spheres. Whatever you desire or require, for what you need is already on your pathway. A woman suddenly had that realization. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. She seemed to be touching her invisible supply. She felt outside of time and space. She no longer relied on the external. And that's one thing you have to let go of time. Because time is a construct. And I know when you need things in a timely manner, you have to, you can say a specific date. But you have to, other than that, you have to realize that you have to get out of the mode of time. You have to know that the universe does not, time and Eastern, time zones, and that's a man-made construct. The universe doesn't know, well, you mean Central Time, Eastern Time, 2,000 years time from now. The universe doesn't see that. So when you say time, you just have to give a specific time and date and year. Because other than that, the universe doesn't process time. You could say, and when you say, I need it in a couple of days, well, the universe doesn't know what a couple days means. What is that? Time is infinite to the universe, so it's a couple days. 10,000 years is nothing. Doesn't mean it's nothing to the universe, right? So be specific, and be reasonable as well. Will you get what you want? Absolutely, but you have to go with unwavering faith. And realize that you are in control, you are prosperous, you are everything abundance desires, and you speak that out loud. Just speak it, claim it. Okay? A woman suddenly had the realization, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall never want." She seemed to be touching her invisible supply. She felt outside of time and space, and she no longer relied on the external. Her first demonstration was a small but necessary one. She needed at once some large paper clips, but had no time to go to a stationer's to buy them. In looking for something else, she opened a little used chest, and in it she found about a dozen large paper clips. She felt that the law was working and gave thanks. Then some needed money appeared. Things large and small came her way. So if you're new to this and you want to try this out, start with little things. And I'll give you an example of something little I just needed the other day. I was getting a delivery sent and I had no cash on me. And I thought, I can't not give this person a tip. That's just not going to happen. And I wanted to give a $5 tip. So I intended it. I said, I'm going to find $5 in this room somewhere, in this house somewhere. Spirit, lead me to where the $5 is. And then I was in my art studio, and there was under some stuff a zipper bag, and I had forgotten I'd put it there. It had a ton of change in it, lots of quarters. And I ended up having more than $5. And I never usually have that much change lying around. I mean, I forgot that I even had this bag, but it just goes to show you, I needed $5. I knew it was somewhere in the house. Now, if you have to be realistic. If you say, I left $1 million in an envelope somewhere in this house. Well, I mean, eventually could you manifest that in some way? I'm sure, but so being realistic of the time and space thing. But you could find $1 million idea on something you find in your house. So the universe is going to bring you that in different ways. But you can't tell the universe what to do. That's a whole different thing than manifesting. Also, the universe knew where to help me find that $5, and I was asking for something reasonable. I wasn't saying, hey, find me the keys to my brand new Porsche under the bed. That's, you know what I mean? So when you keep in context, and plus also your belief system, do you really believe that you would find keys to a brand new Porsche under your bed? Most people would know that's, and so that is in your subconscious. You can't lie to your subconscious like that, So keep in mind that in the back of your mind, you still know. So I knew without a shadow of a doubt, because I know I've been manifesting for a while, I knew that I would find somewhere, some way in this house to find $5. I just knew that, because I know sometimes I put money to the side places and stick things in certain places. I knew that was going to happen. But that was the key that solidified me finding that money. I knew without a shadow of a doubt, because my belief is 100% on, and I know that I can manifest that. So keep that in mind, okay, when you're manifesting. Since then, she has relied upon the statement, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall never want." We used to hear people say, I don't think it is right to ask God for money or things. They did not realize that this creative principle is within each man, the Father within. True spirituality is proving God is your supply daily, not just once in a while. This is a daily practice, everyone. It isn't something that, and this is where I had to learn it from past experiences. I thought that maybe saying affirmations once or twice a week was going to do it. This is a daily practice. This is your daily way to live. This is the daily way to live. If you think you're doing it all on your own, you are not. You are manifesting all the times in your thoughts and words. Why wouldn't you want to? Why, if you're talking and speaking, you're thinking daily, why wouldn't you just incorporate that into your daily practice? Because you are always manifesting. You are always manifesting. Whether it's your energy, your thoughts, or your words, you are manifesting. Okay? So why not bring your life into the scope of what you want it to be, instead of just saying random, loose, flippant words that just create whatever in your life? Random thoughts, crazy thoughts, silly thoughts. Why not make it what you really want it? When she talks about being lazy, it's not about, what we think of it. Being lazy, it just means don't think just randomly. Be a master at your thoughts and your world is going to change. Her first demonstration was a small but necessary one. She needed them at once, some large clay paper clips, but had no time to get to a stationer to buy them. So when she said, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," she wasn't frantically looking all over the house. She was divinely guided into a place that she didn't even look in. Just as I knew that the person was coming in a certain time frame, I knew I just left it up to divine guidance that I knew my money would be found in a time frame. And I just let it happen, and you will just organically stumble upon what you need to. You don't have to frantically search for it. That frantic energy is what repels it every time. I knew not to be frantic. I knew not to be over the top frantic. I knew just to be chill and stay, focused. And, just keep on going. So that's what you have to do. You have to just keep focused. Keep going. And know and trust that it is coming to you. That's it. So, okay, we're going to keep going. We used to hear people say, "I do not think it is right to ask God for money or things." They did not realize that this creative principle is within each man, the Father within. True spirituality is proving God is your supply daily, not just once in a while. Jesus Christ knew this law, for whatever he desired or required appeared immediately on his pathway, the loaves and fishes and money from the fish's mouth. With this realization, all hoarding and saving would disappear. This does not mean that you should not have a big bank account and investments, but it does mean that you should not demand or depend upon them, for if you had a loss in one direction, you would have a gain in another. Always your barns would be full and your cup flow over. Now, how does one make this contact with his invisible supply? by taking a statement of truth which clicks and gives him realization. This is not open to a chosen few. Whosoever calleth on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. So when they're speaking about the Lord, that means your higher self, the universal consciousness. Okay? And I think a lot of people get uptight about religion, and that's a whole nother thing. If you have a strong religious belief and you don't want to open your mind to things or how this Bible verse is getting interpreted, really look at a lot of other religions and see what they're saying. And they're saying, like Jewish mysticists and other metaphysical teachings, all comes down to the higher power. It's just however you choose to say it. God is the supreme intelligence devoted to supplying man's need. The explanation is that man is God in action. Jesus Christ said, I and the Father are one, meaning you and your higher consciousness, the universe, are one. There is nothing separate out of you. There is no big man in the sky looking down on you and thinking you're just awful or not doing things right. That is just a construct, okay? You are one with this source, this creative intelligence. We might paraphrase the statement and say, I and the great creative principle of the universe are one and the same. So that is another way you could say it, if you like saying that. Man only lacks when he loses his contact with this creative principle, which must be fully trusted, for it is pure intelligence and knows the way of fulfillment. That is right there. Don't depend on your ego. Trust in the creative force, the universe, God. Trust in that. The reasoning mind and personal will cause a short circuit. So what you really want isn't even going to come to you. That is the double whammy, right? You want it so bad and you think it's not going to happen. You actually keep yourself from getting the thing that you want so bad. Okay? The reasoning mind and personal will cause a short circuit. Trust in me and I will bring it to pass. Most people are filled with apprehension and dread when there is nothing to cling to on the external. So when we can't see it with our own two eyes and see it driving down the street towards us, we think that it's not going to happen, right? You just, because you have no fathomable way of knowing how things can come to you. It is incredible. It's incredible. The magic is incredible, right? A woman came to a practitioner and said, I'm only a poor little woman with no one but God back of me. The practitioner said, you need not worry if you have God back of you, for all the kingdom is yours. So right now, even if you're looking around and thinking you don't have anything, you're keeping that in your reality. If you realize that you have the potential to have everything and just trust that it will be, it will be. And the more you trust on that, the quicker it will get to you. That is the paradox. If you trust that it'll get to you and let it go and don't need it anymore, here it comes. And I think that's with a lot of things in life said to be true, right? The minute you stop thinking of something, that's what happens, right? Same thing. You have to let it go. It's moving as fast. Things have to move, and the universe is creating those things to move. Even if it's 1 million people, they will move to bring you what you need every time. Okay? A woman called me on the phone and said, almost in tears, I'm so worried about the business situation. I replied, the situation with God remains the same. The Lord is your shepherd and you shall not want. If one door shuts, another door opens. A very successful businessman who conducts all affairs on truth methods said, the trouble with most people is that they get to relying on certain conditions. They haven't enough imagination to go forward, to open new channels. Nearly every big success is built upon a failure. I was told that Edgar Bergen lost his part in a Broadway production because they did not want any more dummies. No coward got him on the Rudy Valley radio hour, and he and Charlie McCarthy became famous overnight. I told the story at one of my meetings of a man who was so poor and discouraged that he ended it all. A few days later came a letter notifying him that he inherited a large fortune. A man in the meeting said, "That means when you want to be dead, your demonstration is 3 days off. Yes, do not be fooled by the darkness before the dawn." And suicide is a very tricky topic, and we're gonna touch on that, not today, but a lot of times people get in, this is how their consciousness is, that they are so, they're so at the end of their rope and they can't see the light at the tunnel. They don't realize their consciousness is where it's at and it won't open to allow it. And usually when you get to that much despair, usually your miracle is just a few days off. That is so true. But we're going to touch about that later. We're not going to get into that heavy topic on this. I'm just, reading through Florence Scovel Shinn and decoding a lot of what she says, so it's a little bit more clear and more comprehensive for you to take notes and really get the meat of what she is actually saying. It is a good thing to see the dawn once in a while, to convince you how unfailing it is. It reminds me of an experience several years ago. I had a friend who lived in Brooklyn near Prospect Park. She liked to do unusual things and said to me, "Come to visit me and we'll get up early and see the sunrise in Prospect Park." At first I refused, and then came the hunch that it would be an interesting experience. It was in the summer. We got up about 4 o'clock. My friend, her little daughter, and myself. It was pitch dark, but we sallied forth down the street to the entrance of the park. Some policemen eyed us curiously, but my friend said to them with dignity, "We are going to see the sunrise," and it seemed to satisfy them. We walked through the park to the beautiful rose garden. A faint pink streak appeared in the east, and then suddenly we heard a most tremendous uproar. We were near the zoo, and all the animals were greeting the dawn. The lions and the tigers roared, the hyenas laughed, there were shrieks and howls. Every animal had something to say, for a new day was at hand. It was indeed most inspiring. The light slanted through the trees, and everything had an unearthly aspect. Then, as it grew lighter, our shadows were in front instead of behind us, the dawn of a new day. This is the wonderful dawn which comes to each one of us after some darkness. Your dawn of success, happiness, and abundance is sure to come. Every day is important, for we read in the wonderful Sanskrit poem, "Look well, therefore, to this day. Such is the salutation of the dawn. This day the Lord is your shepherd. This day you shall not want, as you and this great creative principle are one and the same." The 34th Psalm is also a psalm of security. It starts with a blessing for the Lord. "I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. They that seek the Lord shall not want any good thing." Seeking the Lord means that man must first make the first move. "Draw near to me, and I will draw near to thee, saith the Lord." You seek the Lord by making your affirmation, expecting and preparing for your good. If you ask for success and prepare for failure, you will receive the thing you have prepared for. I tell in my book, The Game in Life and How to Play It, of a man who asked me to speak the word that all his debts be wiped out. After the treatment, he said, "Now I'm thinking what I'll say to the people when I haven't the money to pay them." A treatment won't help you if you haven't faith in it, for faith and expectancy impresses the subconscious mind with the picture of fulfillment. In the 23rd Psalm we read, "He restoreth my soul." Your soul is your subconscious mind and must be restored with the right ideas. If you are convinced that you are a failure, you will be a failure. If you impress the subconscious with the conviction, you are a success. This is done by making an affirmation which clicks. A friend in a meeting said that I had given her the statement as she was leaving the room. "The ground you are on is harvest ground." Things with her had been very dull, but this statement clicked. Harvest ground, rang in her ears. Good things immediately commence to come to her in happy surprises. The reason it is necessary to make an affirmation is because repetition impresses the subconscious. You cannot control your thoughts at first, but you can control your words. And Jesus Christ said, by your words you are justified, and by your words you are condemned. This is so true. So a lot of times, even when we get caught up in thinking it, or even catching ourselves thinking things, revise it with your powerful words. Say it out loud. Say what you only intend to expect in your life. So if you've caught yourself thinking on some negative things or thinking negative thoughts about someone or any of that, revise it quickly. Don't go into a negative thought about how you're not strong enough. Don't do that. Instead, revise it and go in with powerful words of affirmation of what you know is true and to expect without thinking any longer, and then move forward. That's it, leaving the past, because each second is a different timeline. Say out loud, reaffirm it, and move forward. The reason it is necessary to make affirmations is because repetition impresses the subconscious. Every day choose the right words, the right thoughts. The imaging faculty is the creative faculty. Out of the imaginations of the heart come the issues of life. We all have a bank we can draw upon, the bank of imagination. Let us imagine ourselves rich, well, and happy. Imagine all of our affairs in divine order, but leave the way of fulfillment to infinite intelligence. Meaning, don't try to figure out how you're going to get it. Just figure out how you're going to keep your energy and thoughts and words in alignment. That's it. We want to make everything so hard. We feel like we got to go out here and just struggle and not saying hard work doesn't pay off. It does. You have to do something, but it is in alignment with your goal. Work in the scene of your goal. If you are that person you want to be successful, rich, being a dancer, singer, author, creative person, teacher, whatever it is, see yourself as that now. Move in the direction of the person that is doing that thing now. What does that look like? What do you look like? What are you doing? Are you staying up all night playing games on your phone, or are you journaling and then doing envisioning work and getting a well-rested sleep? Do you think the version of you is online, like doing gossip groups and talking a lot of stuff about people? No, not the successful version of you would not even think about doing that. That person could come to you and say, hey, what are you doing? Out of that version timeline and talk to you about it, they would tell you, don't do those things because it won't get you to where you see me now. Same thing. Realize, and a lot of times it's a 360, it's a 180. It's a lot for some people. Just take it in steps. Every day get better than the last day. Every day do something better than the day before. And it will quickly start showing up in your reality. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. Especially if your energy and your thought alignment is on the same with your words. That moves you even faster. He has weapons ye not know of. He has channels which will surprise you. One of the most important passages in the 23rd Psalm is, Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. This means that even in the presence of the enemy situation brought on by your doubts, fears, or resentments, a way out is prepared for you. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall never want. And really stress the never. Next chapter, look with wonder. I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. Psalms 77:11. The words of wonder and wonderful are used many times in the Bible. In the dictionary, the word wonder is defined as a case for surprise, astonishment, a miracle, a marvel. Ouspensky, in his book Tertium Organum, calls the fourth-dimensional world the world of the wondrous. He has figured out mathematically that there is a realm where all conditions are perfect. Jesus Christ called it the kingdom. We might say, seek ye first the world of the wondrous, and all shall be added unto you. It can only be reached through a state of consciousness. And I really want to touch on that again. It can only be realized and reached through a state of consciousness. You have to change your consciousness. You don't have to get online and frantically search for things that you need, or just go out and knock on doors and send a million emails. It's stating it's all in consciousness. Jesus Christ said to enter the kingdom, we must become as a little child. Children are continually in a state of joy and wonder. And remember, we talked about how children play. They are not thinking, well, is this the right thing to do? Should I say it this way? They just play openly and freely. And they're in that zone and nothing else around them. You know how you have to call their name like 10 times because they are in the zone. They are in the flow. And if you ever just watch a child play, you will know, and that is the perfect state we need to get in, because they're not worrying about how am I going to pay these bills or how am I going to find this job. They're not in that consciousness. It does not worry. They don't worry about that. Okay? The future holds promises of mysterious good. Anything can happen overnight. That is so true. Anything can happen overnight. Robert Louis Stevenson, in A Child's Garden of Verses, says, the world is so full of a number of things, I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings. So let us look with wonder at that which is before us. The statement was given to me a number of years ago, and I mention it in my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. I had missed an opportunity and felt that I should have been more awake to my good. The next day I took the statement early in the morning. I look with wonder at that which is before me. At noon the phone rang, and the proposition was put to me again. This time I grasped it. I did indeed look with wonder, for I never expected the opportunity to come to me again. A friend in one of my meetings said the other day that this statement had brought her wonderful results. It fills the consciousness with happy expectancy. Children are filled with happy expectancy until grown-up people and unhappy experiences brings them out of the world of the wondrous. Let us look back and remember some of the gloomy ideas which were given to us. Eat the speckled apples first. Don't expect too much, then you won't be disappointed. You can't have everything in this life. Childhood is your happiest time. No one knows what the future will bring. So what a start in life, right? These are some of the impressions I picked up early childhood. At the age of 6, I had a great sense of responsibility. Instead of looking with wonder at which was before me, I looked with fear and suspicion. I feel much younger now than I did when I was 6. I have an early photograph taken about that time grasping a flower, but with a careworn and hopeless expression. I had left the world of the wondrous behind me. I was now living in the world of realities, as my elders told me, and it was far from wondrous. It is a great privilege for children to live in this age when they are taught truth from their birth. Even if they are not taught actual metaphysics, the ethers are filled with joyous expectancy. You may become a Shirley Temple or a Freddie Bartholomew or a great pianist at the age of 6 and go on a concert tour. We are all now back in the world of the wondrous, where anything can happen overnight, for when miracles do come, they come quickly. So let us become miracle conscious, prepare for miracles, expect miracles, and we are then inviting them into our lives. Maybe you need a financial miracle. There is a supply for every demand. Through active faith, the word, and intuition, we release this invisible supply. I will give an example. One of my students found herself almost without funds. She needed $1,000, and she had plenty of money at one time and beautiful possessions, but nothing left but an ermine wrap. No fur dealer would give her much for it. I spoke the word that would be sold to the right person for the right price, or that the supply would come in some other way. It was necessary that the money manifest at once. It was no time to worry or reason. So when you are needing money, fast, okay? When you need money, fast. You can't put one more ounce of worry into it. You can't reason it. You can't just go out and try to think, how many ways can I find it? You have to just be diligent with your affirmations and your expectancy. It is the expectancy of it, okay? She was on the street making her affirmations. It was a stormy day. She said to herself, I am going to show my active faith in my invisible supply by taking a taxi cab. It was a very strong hunch, and this is following hunches and intuitions. Okay? When you start getting to be on the roll of manifesting, intuitions will come to you. You'll notice right away what it is. You will notice immediately right away what it is. But that takes building up. So just know that it takes a little bit, but if you stay in the energy flow, just stay in it, your intuition will build up quickly. It doesn't take a long time. It was an old friend, a very, very kind friend. Oh, this is, so she was on the street making her affirmations. It was a stormy day. She said to herself, she's going to show active faith in her invisible supply by taxi cab and her following her strong hunch. As she got out of the taxi at her destination, a woman stood waiting to get in. It was an old friend, a very, very kind friend. It was the first time in her life she had ever taken a taxi, but her Rolls Royce was out of commission that afternoon. They talked, and my friend told her about the ermine wrap. Why, her friend said, I will give you $1,000 for it. And that afternoon she had the check. God's ways are ingenious, and his methods are sure. A student wrote me the other day that she was using that statement. God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. So, again, don't worry about how it's going to get here. You don't know all the ways behind the scene that your manifestation is moving, okay? A series of unexpected contacts brought about a situation she has been desiring. She looked with wonder at the working of the law. Our demonstrations usually come within a split second. All is timed with amazing accuracy and divine mind. My student left the taxi just as her friend stopped to enter. A second later, she would have hailed another taxi. Man's part is to be wide awake to his leads and his hunches, for on the magic path of intuition is all that he desires or requires. In Moulton's Modern Reader's Bible, the Book of Psalm is recognized as the perfection of lyric poetry. The musical meditation, which is the essence of lyrics, can find no higher field than the devout spirit, which at once raises itself to the service of God and overflows on the various sides of active and contemplative life. The Psalms are also human documents, and I have selected the 77th Psalm because it gives the picture of a man in despair, but as he contemplates the wonders of God, faith and assurance are restored to him. I cried unto God with my voice, even unto God with my voice, he gave ear unto me. In the day of my trouble I sought the Lord. My soul refused to be comforted. Will the Lord cast off forever, and be favorable no more? Hath God forgotten to be gracious? Has Hath he in anger shut up his tender mercies? And so this right here, we try to humanize God. We try to put our own human emotions on God, and that is not true, okay? It's, like I said before, the universe does not have emotions like that. We try to humanize that, and that is not how it works. It's based on energy. Okay. And I said, this is my infirmity. But I will remember the years of the right hand of the Most High. I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. I will meditate also of thy work and talk of thy doing. So only speaking and thinking of what you know to expect to be true, right? Thy way, O God, is in the sanctuary. Who is so great a God as our God? Thou art the God that doest wonders. Thou hast with thine arm redeemed thy people. This is a picture of what the average true student goes through. When confronted with a problem, he is assailed by thoughts of doubt, fear, and despair. Then some statement of truth will flash into his consciousness. God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. He remembers other difficulties which have been overcome. His confidence in God returns. He thinks, what God has done before, he will do for me and more. I was talking to a friend not long ago who said, I would be pretty dumb if I didn't believe God could solve my problem. So many times before, wonderful things have come to me. I know they will come again. So the summing up of the 77th Psalm is, what God has done before, he does now for me and more. It is a good thing to say when you think of your past success, happiness, or wealth. All loss comes from your own vain imaginings. Fear of loss crept into your consciousness, and you carried burdens and fought battles. You reasoned instead of sticking to the magic path of intuition. But in the twinkling of an eye, all will be restored to you, for as they say in the East, what Allah has given cannot be diminished. Now go back to the child state of consciousness. You should be filled with wonder, but be careful not to live in your past childhood. So think as children do and believe with wonder as children do, but a lot of times this triggers people, especially if you had a very tumultuous or traumatic childhood. Okay? It triggers people. And the main thing is, what I'm saying is, don't get caught up on that past reasoning and thinking. Just live in the present now. You are not a child right now. Most of you, I'm sure, are not. And so be in the present now. Okay? And just be childlike in happiness and expectancy. Children don't run around the house worrying about bills and car payments and mortgages. They think about toys and what kind of lunch they want and things like that. They keep their spirits open and alive. I know people who can only think about their happy childhood days. They remember what they wore. No skies have since been so blue or grass so green. They therefore miss the opportunities of the wonderful now. I will tell an amusing story of a friend who lived in a town when she was very, very young. They moved away to another city. She always looked back to the house they first lived in. To her, it was an enchanted place, large, spacious, and glamorous. Many years after, when she had grown up, she had an opportunity of visiting this house. She was disillusioned. She found it small, stuffy, and ugly. Her idea of beauty had entirely changed, for in the front yard was an iron dog. If you went back to your past, it would not be the same. So in this friend's family, they called living in the past iron dogging. Her sister told me a story of some iron dogging she had done. When she was about 16, she met abroad a very dashing and romantic young man, an artist. This romance didn't last long, but she talked about it a lot to the man she afterwards married. Years rolled by. The dashing and romantic young man had become a well-known artist and came to this country to have an exhibition of his pictures. My friend was filled with excitement and hunted him up to renew their friendship. She went to his exhibition and in walked a portly businessman. No trace was left of the dashing romantic youth. When she told her husband, all he said was iron dogging. Remember, now is the appointed time. Today is the day, and your good can happen overnight. Look with wonder at that which is before you. We are filled with divine expectancy. I will restore you to the years which the locusts have eaten. Now let each one of us think of the good which seems to be so difficult to attain. It may be health, wealth, happiness, or perfect self-expression. Do not think how your good can be accomplished. Just give thanks that you have already received it on the invisible plane. Therefore, the steps leading up to it are secured also. The path is going to open up when you give thanks for it. It will open up and it will seem like the most weirdest bridges of incidents are going to happen to get you there, but it will happen. It will get you to where you want to be, okay? Be wide awake to your intuitive leads, and suddenly you find yourself in your promised land. I look with wonder at that which is before me. Next chapter. Catch up with your good. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65:24. Catch up with your good. This is a new way of saying, before they call, I will answer. Your good precedes you. It gets there before you do. But how to catch up with your good? For you must have ears that hear and eyes that see, or it will escape you. This is what I mean by when you are on your intuitive path and things open up and something is bringing you in, you will know to take it. You will not just see it as a random weird coincidence. You will see it as, this is my bridge. I'm going to go over this way. That's what it means by ears that hear and eyes that see. Because it can be just a fleeting few minutes. And you could just be talking and it passes you by. Okay? And you will just continue on like it's just someone you talk to and whatever. You will not see them as the bridge you need to follow with. Okay? Some people never catch up with the good in life. They will say, my life has always been one of hardship. No good luck ever comes to me. They are the people who have been asleep to their opportunities or through laziness have not caught up with their good. A woman told a group of friends that she had not eaten for 3 days. They dashed about asking people to give her work, but she refused it. She explained that she never got up until 12 o'clock. She liked to lie in bed and read magazines. She just wanted people to support her while she read Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. We must be careful not to slip into lazy states of mind. Take the affirmation, I am wide awake to my good. I never miss a trick. Most people are only half awake to their good. A student said to me, if I don't follow my hunches, I always get into a jam. So once you start realizing that your hunches and your intuition are going to lead you to places you want to go, when you realize you did something out of ego or in your own mind you thought it was a good idea, and it wasn't really taking a hunch, it was just something you were forcibly thinking you had to do, you will always find yourself in a place you don't really want to be. So this is why it is so important to follow those intuitions, follow those hunches. Okay? I will tell the story of a woman, one of my students, who followed her intuitive lead, which brought amazing results. She had been asked to visit friends in a nearby town. She had very little money. When she arrived at her destination, she found the house locked up. They had gone away. She was filled with despair and then commenced to pray. Infinite intelligence, give me a definite lead. Let me know just what to do. This is one of my favorite things to say out loud with my eyes closed when I need to know what to do in a very short amount of time. It could be with anything. It could be with anything. It could be whether you're meeting someone, whether you're doing a job interview or need a job or need to know how to get money quickly for a bill, whatever it is, whatever that is, this is my favorite affirmation to say out loud. You can even elaborate on it and say with precise detail, make it clear and concise that I do not miss it. You know what I mean? When you're putting those specific words on it. So put it right in my face. Don't let it be a symbol or something I may miss. I need to see it clearly, definitively. I need to know exactly that I'm seeing what I'm supposed to do. Okay? You can always elaborate on these affirmations to make it yours. It's not wrong as long as you don't use negative connotations in words. You can word things exactly how you want them, that you know how you were going to see it turn up in your reality to make it work and fit for you. Okay? She goes on to say, the name of a certain hotel flashed into her consciousness, and it persisted. The name seemed to stand out in big letters. The universe and the higher self, very rarely is it going to be just this flashing neon sign that is going to fall at your feet or just fall into your lap, or a magical paper is going to float in front of you. I mean, it can happen. It always comes in gentle nudges and whispers, and that's why it's so important to be awake and conscious. That's why it is so important to be awake. The message right here, be awake and conscious. And so many of us are on autopilot. It is so important to be awake and conscious, okay? Because when you have things flash into your mind and you're consistently thinking about them, it's not that monkey mind where it's just eradicated, radical all over thinking, and it is a consistent, persistent image that just gently keeps coming up in the back of your mind. It's like a gentle tap on the shoulder. Okay? She had just enough money to get back to New York and the hotel. As she was about to enter, an old friend suddenly appeared who greeted her warmly and whom she hadn't seen for years. She explained that she was living at the hotel but was going away for several months and added, "Why don't you come live in my suite while I'm away? It won't cost you a cent." My friend accepted gratefully and looked with amazement on the working of spiritual law. She had caught up with her good by following intuition. All going forward comes from desire. Science today is going back to Lamarck and his dent of wishing theory. He claims that birds do not fly because they have wings, but they have wings because they wanted to fly, the result of push of the emotional wish. Think of the irresistible power of thought with clear vision. Many people are in a fog most of the time, making wrong decisions and going the wrong way. During the Christmas rush, my maid said to a saleswoman at one of the big shops, "I suppose this is your busiest day," she replied. "Oh no, the day after Christmas is our busiest day, when most people bring most of the things back." Hundreds of people choosing the wrong gifts because they were not listening to their intuitive leads. No matter what you are doing, ask for guidance. It saves time and energy and often a lifetime of misery. Yes, yes, and yes. Ask for guidance. You don't have to feel like you're going this alone. You can be strong. But your higher intelligence, God knows exactly what you need to be doing to live the best life you want. And everyone has wishes for a better life. And it all looks different for everyone. Follow the daily guidance. Do what you need to do and ask for guidance. And know that you will get it. You have to have in your affirmations, knowing you'll get it, and you will. Every time. All suffering comes from the violation of intuition. Unless intuition builds the house, they labor in vain who built it. Get the habit of hunching, then you will always be on the magic path. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Working with spiritual law, we are bringing to pass which already is. In the universal mind, it is there as an idea, but it is crystallized on the external by a sincere desire. The idea of a bird was a perfect picture in divine mind. The fish caught the idea and wished themselves into birds. Are your desires bringing you wings? We should all be bringing some seemingly impossible thing to pass. One of my affirmations is, the unexpected happens. My seemingly impossible good now comes to pass. Do not magnify obstacles. Magnify the Lord. That means magnify God's power. So again, they will pop up in your path and it will try to distract you. But this is living in 3D world when you know that God, your higher self, infinite intelligence, is behind you. It does not matter what is going on in the day or at the time. This is something that from a previous energetic thought form you put out is manifesting its way through. Empower yourself, claim and affirm that good comes to you no matter what. Everything is always perfect in my life. Everything is always working out in my favor. All good things come for me daily to pass. It is so. It is true. My life is perfect here and now and forevermore. Claim it, affirm it, and keep going. Okay? You combine with what you notice. So if you give obstacles and hindrances to your undivided attention, they grow worse and worse. Give God your undivided attention. Keep saying silently, in the face of all obstacles, God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. God's power is invincible, though invisible. Call unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. In demonstrating our good, we must look away from adverse appearances. Judge not by appearances. Don't judge what you see. Don't judge it. Observe it and keep going. Get some statement which will give you a feeling of assurance. The long arm of God reaches out over people and conditions, controlling the situation and protecting my interests. I was asked to speak the word for a man who was to have a business interview with a seemingly unscrupulous person. I used the statement, and rightness and justice came out of the situation at just the exact time I was speaking. We have all heard the quotation from Proverbs, hope deferred maketh the heart grow sick, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life. In desiring sincerely, without anxiety, let's talk about that for a minute, without anxiety, to be a human, and to experience a critical situation, for me to sit here and say, oh, you're not going to experience any anxiety, just keep moving and affirming. Okay, so you feel yourself getting anxious. That is something we are all going to feel, okay, at one point or another. No one is this perfect being that is just never going to feel anxiety or anxious about something. Realize you are human. When you start feeling those feelings of anxiety, pull the reins back, center yourself, and start affirming. Know that this is what the 3D obstacles, the 3D vision is making you feel like. This is only become because of a 3D vision, not actually what is going to happen, because you want to observe it, revise it, and affirm what you know to be true. I will give to you the righteous desires of your heart. In desiring sincerity without anxiety, we are catching up with the thing desired, and the desire becomes crystallized on the external. Selfish desires, desires which harm others, always return to harm the sender. This is what we're talking about, that boomerang. Some people call it karma, some people call it, whatever you want to call it. Everyone is you pushed out whatever you desire on others, which it causes harm and is selfish. Not selfish as in a positive way, meaning self-motivated, but selfish as in you don't care who gets hurt, you only want it for yourself. That always returns harm to the sender, and it's usually magnified because now it has gained up enough momentum and energy. It's coming back with a force. Okay? The righteous desire might be called an echo from the infinite. It is already a perfect idea in divine mind. All inventors catch up with the ideas of articles they invent. I say in my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, the telephone was seeking Bell. Often two people discover the same inventions at the same time. They have tuned in with the same idea. The most important thing in life is to bring the divine plan to pass. Just as the picture of the oak is in the acorn, the divine design of your life is in your super conscious mind, and you must work out the perfect pattern in your affairs. You will then lead a magic life, for in the divine design, all conditions are permanently perfect. And you can say to yourself, in my life, all conditions are permanently perfect. You can use the word permanent. You absolutely can. And I know people who struggle with self-worth and self-esteem may not even subconsciously think they are worth of perfect permanence. And you absolutely are. People defy the divine design when they are asleep to their good. Perhaps the woman who liked to lie in bed most of the day and read magazines should be writing for magazines, but her habits of laziness dulled all desire to go forward. The fishes who desired wings were alert and alive. They did not spend their days in the bed of the ocean reading Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. Awake, thou that sleepeth, and catch up with your good. Call on me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things, which thou knowest not. I now catch up with my good, for before I called, I was answered. Next chapter. Rivers in the desert. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness, and the rivers in the desert. Isaiah 43:19. In this 43rd chapter of Isaiah, there are many wonderful statements showing the irresistible power of supreme intelligence, coming to man's rescue in times of trouble. No matter how impossible the situation seems, infinite intelligence knows the way out. Working with God power, man becomes unconditioned and absolute. Let us get a realization of this hidden power we can call upon at any moment. Make your contact with infinite intelligence, the God within you, and all appearance of evil evaporates, for it comes from a man's vain imaginations. In my question and answer class, I would be asked, how do you make a conscious contact with this invincible power? I reply, by your word. By your word you are justified. The centurion said to Jesus Christ, Speak the word, Master, and my servant shall be healed. Whoever calleth on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. Notice the word call. You are calling on the Lord or law when you make an affirmation of truth. As I always say, take the statement which clicks. That means gives you a feeling of security. And I know for me, this speaks volumes too, because I can say some affirmations and they do feel good, but there are some affirmations that just speak to my soul. Like I know it is true. Those are the ones you need to find out for yourself, which ones you enjoy. And I have a Florence Scovel Shinn affirmation video that goes through a lot of her affirmations. Not all of them, but ones that are truly powerful that they're all powerful, but ones that I really think will truly powerfully speak to most people. Listen to that and find the ones that just speak to your soul. And everything will light up in you and you just feel it and know it to be true. People are enslaved by ideas of lack of love, lack of money, lack of companionship, lack of health, and so on. They are enslaved by the ideas of interference and incompletion. They are asleep in the Adamic dream. Adam, generic man, ate of Maya, the tree of illusion, and saw two powers, good and evil. The Christ mission was to wake people up to the truth of one power, God. Awake, thou that sleepeth. If you lack any good thing, you are still asleep to your own good. How do you awake from the Adamic dream of opposites after having slept soundly in the race thought for hundreds of years? Jesus Christ said, "When two of you agree, it shall be done." It is the law of agreement. It is almost impossible to see clearly your good for yourself. That is where the healer, the practitioner, or friend is necessary. Many successful men say they have succeeded because their wives believed in them. I will quote from a current newspaper giving Walter P. Chrysler's tribute to his wife. "Nothing," he once said, "has given me more satisfaction in life than the way my wife had faith in me from the very first through all those years." Chrysler wrote of her, "It seemed to me I could not make anyone understood that I was ambitious except Della. I could tell her and she would nod. It seemed to me I even dared to tell her that I intended someday to be master mechanic. She always backed his ambitions." Talk about your affairs as little as possible. Remember, we talked about this earlier. Don't talk about all your dreams and ideas to everyone. Not everyone cares or wants to see you succeed, and you scatter your forces, okay? And then only to the ones who will give you encouragement and inspiration. The world is full of wet blankets, people who tell you it cannot be done, that you are aiming too high. As people sit in truth meetings and services, often a word or idea will open a way in the wilderness. Of course, the Bible is speaking of states of consciousness. You are in a wilderness or desert when you are out of harmony, when you are angry, resentful, fearful, or undecided. Indecision is the cause of much ill health, being able to make up your mind. One day when I was in a bus, a woman stopped it and asked the conductor its destination. He told her, but she was undecided. She got halfway on and then got off and then on again. The conductor turned to her and said, "Lady, make up your mind." So it is with so many people. Ladies, make up your minds. The intuitive person is never undecided. He is given his leads and hunches and goes boldly ahead, knowing he is on the magic path. In truth, we always ask for definitive leads, just what to do. You will always receive one if you ask for it. Sometimes it comes as intuition, sometimes from the external. One of my students, named Ada, was walking down the street, undecided whether to go to a certain place or not. She asked for a lead. Two women were walking in front of her. One turned to the other and said, "Why don't you go, Ada?" The woman's name just happened to be Ada. My friend took it as a definitive lead and went on to her destination, and the outcome was very successful. We really lead magic lives, guided and provided for at every step. if we have ears to hear and eyes that see. That's why it's so important to stay conscious, because the universe will give you signs right there. It will even, I've gotten messages the same way that it had my name on it, or people were talking and I heard exactly of something that I wanted to know and they were talking about that exact subject. So pay attention and know you have ears to hear and eyes to see. And you can even affirm that. You can affirm, I have ears to hear and eyes to see daily from blank. God, source, universe, you fill in the blank. Put it in your affirmations daily. Of course, we have left the plane of the intellect and are drawing from the superconscious, the God within, which says, "This is the way, walk ye in it." Whatever you should know will be revealed to you. Whatever you lack will be provided. Thus saith the Lord, which makes a way in the sea and a path in the mighty waters. Remember ye not the former things, neither consider the things of old. Meaning, don't think about things that happened in the past that just went wrong and everything. That's focusing on something and you don't want it to manifest in your life. Don't focus on the past and just be observant and know what didn't exactly work out for you, but move ahead. Don't focus and live in the past. People who live in the past have severed their contact with the wonderful now. God only knows the now. Now is the appointed time. Today is the day. Many people lead lives of limitation, hoarding and saving, afraid to use what they have, which brings more lack and more limitation. I give the example of a woman who lived in a small country town. She could scarcely see to get about and had very little money. A kind friend took her to an oculist. Sorry, not an occultist. This isn't occultist talk, but I'm talking about an oculist here. And presented her with glasses, which enabled her to see perfectly. Sometime later, she met her on the street without the glasses. She exclaimed, "Where are your glasses?" The woman replied, "Well, you don't expect me to hack them out by using them every day, do you? I only wear them on Sundays." You must live in the now and be wide awake to your opportunities. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and the rivers in the desert. This message is meant for the individual. Think of your problem and know that infinite intelligence knows the way of fulfillment. I say the way, for before you were called, you were answered. The supply always precedes the demand. God is the giver and the gift, and now creates his own amazing channels. When you have asked for the divine plan of your life to manifest, you are protecting from getting the things that are not in the divine plan. You may think that all your happiness depends on obtaining one particular thing in life. Later on, you praise the Lord that you didn't get it. Sometimes you are tempted to follow the reasoning mind and argue with your intuitive leads. Suddenly, the hand of destiny pushes you into your right place under grace, and you find yourself back on the magic path again. You are now wide awake to your good. You have the ears that hear your intuitive leads, and the eyes which see the open road of fulfillment. The genius within me is released, and I now fulfill my destiny. Next chapter, the inner meaning of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I have been asked to give a metaphysical interpretation of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, one of Grimm's fairy tales. It is amazing how this picture, a fairy story, swept sophisticated New York and the whole country due to Walt Disney's genius. This fairy tale was supposed to be for children, but men and women have packed the theater. It is because fairy tales come down from old legends of Persia, India, Egypt, which are founded on truth. Snow White, the little princess, has a cruel stepmother who is jealous of her. This cruel stepmother ideal appeal is also in Cinderella. Nearly everyone has a cruel stepmother. The cruel stepmother is a negative thought form you have built up in the subconscious. Snow White's cruel stepmother is jealous of her and always keeps her in rags and in the background. All cruel thought forms do this. The cruel stepmother consults her magic mirror on the wall every day, saying, "Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" One day the mirror replies, "Thou queen, mayst fair and beauteous be, but Snow White is lovelier far from thee." This enrages the queen, so she decides to send Snow White to the forest to be killed by one of her servants. However, the servant's heart melts when Snow White begs for her life, so he leaves her in the woods. The woods are filled with terrifying animals and many pitfalls and dangers. She falls in terror to the ground, and while there, a most unusual spectacle presents itself. Scores of the most delightful little animals and birds creep up and surround her. Rabbits, squirrels, deer, beavers, raccoons, etc. She opens her eyes and greets them with pleasure. They are so friendly and attractive. She tells her story, and they lead her to a little house which she makes home. Now these friendly birds and animals symbolize our intuitive leads or hunches, which are always ready to get you out of the woods. The little house proves to be the home of the 7 dwarfs. Everything is in disorder, so Snow White and her animal friends begin to clean the house. The squirrels dust with their tails, the birds hang things up, using the little deer's horns for a hat rack. When the 7 dwarfs come home from their work of digging gold, they discover the change and at last find Snow White asleep on one of their beds. In the morning, she tells her story, remains with them to keep the house and cook their meals, and is very happy. The 7 dwarfs symbolize the protective forces all about us. In the meantime, the cruel stepmother consults her mirror, and it says to her, "Over the hills and the greenwood shade, where the 7 dwarfs their dwelling have made, there Snow White is hiding her head, and she is lovelier far, O queen, than thee." This infuriates the queen, so she starts off disguised as an old hag with a poisoned apple for Snow White. She finds her in the house of the 7 dwarfs and tempts her with the big, red, luscious apple. The birds and animals endeavor to tell her not to touch it. They try to give her the hunch not to eat it. They rush around in dismay, but Snow White can't resist the apple. She takes one bite and falls apparently dead. Now all the little birds and animals rush off to bring the 7 dwarfs to the rescue, but too late. Snow White lies lifeless. They all bow their heads in grief. Then suddenly the prince appears, kisses Snow White, and she comes to life. They are married and live happily ever after. The queen, the cruel stepmother, is swept away by a terrific storm. The old thought form is dissolved and swept away and disappeared forever. The prince symbolizes the divine plan of your life. When it wakes up, you live happily ever after. This is the fairy story which has enthralled New York and the whole country. Find out what form of tyranny your cruel stepmother is taking in your subconscious. It is some negative conviction which works out in all your affairs. When we hear people saying, "My good always comes too late. I've lost so many opportunities," we must revert the thought and say, "I am a way to my good. I never miss a trick." We must drown out the dreary suggestions of the cruel stepmother. Eternal vigilance is the price of freedom from these negative thought forms. Nothing can hinder, nothing can delay the manifestation of the divine plan of my life. The light of lights streams on my pathway, revealing the open road of fulfillment. Thank you for coming on this journey with me and reading The Secret Door to Success by Florence Scovel Shinn. I hope this has kind of broken down this book and made it a little bit more comprehensive and easy to understand. This is a great book to have if you just need to have quick reminders. Again, definitely listen to the affirmations. They are amazing. They will definitely empower and inspire you. And so, with that being said, I hope this book helps change your life. I know this is one of the many books that did, but this is, if I was to put top 5 books on my bookshelf and I only had 5 books to read that are metaphysical and spiritual in nature, this would definitely be on the top 5. It is not a long book. It is super, even though it's a little cryptic, coded, I hope me breaking down to you what she was talking about in different modern day terms means. And I really hope this helps you on your journey to finding success, wealth, and happiness, everything you deserve in life.